Yeah, yeah. I gotta order cat food. I forgot to do that before we start. It's on my list, and I forgot to look at my list before we got started. Sorry guys, I had to go shout out the door to Chris that I ordered cat food, because I totally forgot to order cat food. Until just now. So cat food is ordered on Amazon. And we are jumping into our second playthrough, everybody. So welcome aboard. If you're tuning in for the first time this morning, it is a Saturday morning. I finished my first playthrough yesterday at 76 hours in an epic marathon stream that was 10.5 hours long. Holy shit, what an ending. What a game. My game of the year vote. All the haters can go suck an egg because it's just not true what they say about this game. I had a great time. We're going to try to get through a second playthrough in its entirety before I go into Stalker 2. I have until the 20th. But I'm not playing on normal mode this time. I'm going to play on easy mode. Good morning, Alex. Beck says, need more coffee. Or no, wait, that's the wrong comment. Beck says more. Well, I'm going to take that to mean more coffee, sir, because I went and got more coffee. What's up, Winter? What's up, Just Dan? Beck says, one good thing of being stuck home sick is watching you Dragon Age. Well, hopefully you get feeling better soon. It's never fun being sick. We are live, as always, on YouTube and Twitch, so you can watch where you prefer, support where you can. Thanks to those of you who can and do. Keeps me on the air full time. This is the day job. Every single day, live at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., somewhere in there, Central Time. We're doing another playthrough of Dragon Age Veilguard into Stalker 2. We'll be making a pit stop for the Star Wars Outlaws DLC, and then we'll be on to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Somewhere in there, we're going to do New Arc Line as well. We're going to test that early access out. There's also the Path of Exile 2 early access, the Greenfall 2 early access, which will all be done sometime around Christmas into January. Kingdom Come Deliverance and Avowed in February. Video Game History says, enjoy your second playthrough. I'm 37 hours in the game and having so much fun. Thank you for your DA guides and streams. You're welcome. Oh, I think my game just went AFK because I haven't touched my controller. That's a sign I'm talking too much.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies?
Yeah, Winter, I'm stoked for Indiana
Jones. Heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe. In his desperate fight against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn. somebody's gotta stop him. And that's where you come in.
That's where you come in. Ba-ba-da-bum. Nope, my final review will be tomorrow, Alex, so stay tuned for that. Alright, we want to be I'm gonna go elf for this one, because we are gonna be a mage. Right now I need to do hair. I need to check my hairstyles. It's number 27. I might go with this one right here. I wish you could flip it though, because I would prefer it to be to the other side. Because like if his right hand is his dominant hand, I would want the fall happening on the left, so that his dominant hand has the clear line of sight. If that makes sense. Definitely nothing short. It's either going to be long hair or that shaved on one side look. That's the hairstyle I had for the last game. Ooh. There you go. That's kind of like me. I'm not quite that bald on top, but hey, man. I've almost got the skullet going on. No, I think we're going to go with that over the top, like, shaved side. Where was that at? Here it is. But I do want to change the color. I don't mind a little tint if I'm going to go, like, mage. I don't mind a little bit of a tint with my mage. I can always change it if I want to. I do need to change the ears. Ear shape. This is what I'm looking for, is rotation. I'm gonna pull it back. There we go. Height and position. Yeah. They're definitely big and way more detailed than in other games, Brick, so it's both. But I love how much you can change everything is what's a big deal to me. Oh, it reset everything. No! I just wanted to change. Fuck! Hang on, I gotta redo all of that? That's lame. Alright, I think we're good from there. That would be back. Okay, I'm digging that. We need different colored eyes. Ooh, that's trippy. I wish I could go like purple or something. It's getting close. What's up, Gargle? Round 2? Yes. Okay. Well, I was hoping it would make it automatic. That's all good. We don't need to do any more than that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. What is with the white paint? That's weird. I don't want any tattoos or paint. Actually, you know what? What kind of tattoos can I have? Ooh, that's pretty fucking cool. For a mage in particular, like he's got symbols to bring his power to the forefront. Victor Vega says, I just finished the game 10 minutes ago. The third act is amazing. This game is amazing. It is amazing. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. All right, that's number 14. Let's remember that. Number 14. I think I want to go with number 14, I think. Let's try that and see. It's a face tattoo. I might change the color, though. Man, I wish we could do like a purple. But I guess you can change the brightness and everything a little bit. Now, body tattoos. This probably won't matter too much because I'm not going to see it really. Okay, this is probably what I'm going to want right there. That looks pretty awesome. That one's got it on the legs too. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this one right here. And we can have this one. I want to turn it all up. Even though I'm wearing a shirt right now. Oh, I can dig it. Let me go back to the hair really quick. Because now I totally want to change the hair a little bit more. I want to make it more... See, they don't really have a... I may change this later. All right. Cancel. Class is a mage, please. I'm almost a little too skinny. All right, here's the faction. I guess that's not bad. Hang on. That's the aspirational armor for the mage. That looks pretty cool, to be honest with you. Okay. Oh, it's because it depends on your faction. I got it. Man, the Grey Warden armor for the mage looks freaking wicked, dude. No. Sorry. Mornwatch, no. Antivan Crows? No. I think I might go Veil Jumper or Grey Warden. The daring group explores ancient elven ruins. Although founded by elves, they welcome anyone brave enough. Yeah, I think I'm going to go Veil Jumper. That sounds like a pretty good... I like the frickin'... This armor looks amazing for the Grey Wardens. But I've been a Grey Warden before. I don't need to be a Grey Warden again. Like, I've been a Grey Warden in other games. Like, I don't need to be one here. Yeah, Amber Star, the graphics for the hair in this game are freaking amazing. See, that's a reason for me to go through for a third time, Death Comet. I need to roll a warrior. See, my warrior will be a Grey Warden. If I ever get around to doing a third playthrough, my third playthrough would be a warrior, and that would be the Grey Warden character, for sure. Absolutely. But we're going to go Veil Jumper since I'm a mage. Backstory. When lives were at stake, Rook defied orders to rescue people from the mystic perils of Arlathan. On an expedition to ruins in Arlathan Forest, the Veil Jumpers found ruins that contained important lost lore and deadly danger. Barely surviving the ruins' ancient magical defenses, Rook's small team recovered an invaluable map leading to a hidden area of the forest. Although the team escaped, other Veil Jumpers found themselves trapped. Rook chose to return to the ruins, saving his teammates' lives but losing the map. He was lauded for his bravery, but the map's loss caused resentment among certain Veil Jumper leaders. What's up, Canny Space? How you doing this morning? What's up, everybody else joining? If you're turning in for the first time, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch, I am multi-streaming in both places. Welcome aboard. Second playthrough today. We finished yesterday with 76 hours. First playthrough done. Rogue playthrough done. Amazing experience. This time around, we're doing a mage. I don't think I'm going to start on the normal difficulty, but I'm probably going to bump it down to just story. I might change my mind here in a little bit. I don't really want to do normal difficulty. I just want this one to be a story mode. Yeah, here for the story. I'm here for the story. Let's just do it that way. I don't have a problem. Let's try it on Keeper. Because this is one step down from the default difficulty, but one step up from Storyteller. And if I feel that this is okay, I'll stick with this. But I do not feel the need to be challenged like I was on the first time. I got my challenge out of the way. Alright, we're going to do customize this time around. Well, not just this time around. We're definitely going to change this. I want to make some changes. The Inquisitor. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Here we go. Were they romantically involved? Yes, they were romantically involved with Solus. They disbanded the Inquisition. And they vowed to stop Solus. Because this time around we're going to take him out at the end. We need to change my name. What's my name? Say my name, bitch.
Time to get to work. What's he been saying now?
Well, let's move. Well, we made it. I am happy we're here. All of us. Hi. We'll be working together.
This is cool, so I can have a completely different voice for this character, which makes it feel like I'm playing somebody different, because I got really used to the Rook voice from the first playthrough.
We can lend a hand.
Nice. I can dig this. Alright, cool. Alright, I think we're done. Rook, full name Renfail Aldware, lineage is elf, mage, backstory is the Veiled Jumpers. And we've gone with the Keeper playstyle for now. Yes. That only took about 30 minutes to get through character creation. That's not too bad. Compared to the hour it took me the first time. Excuse me.
So, where were we? Oh, right. Him. Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Manrathus, capital of the Tevinter Imperium. But to find the Dreadwolf in a city this big, we need a local expert. So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With
In
the
a
seediest
tavern.
bar in town.
Yeah, baby.
And a missing contact.
Let's try this again. Where's Navgalis?
She's so hot.
You think you can come into my bar
Look at those
and make
arms.
demands?
It's not a demand, it's an offer. Telling me what I need to know, it's the smart play here.
How'd you figure, sweet talker?
Navgalis is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I need to know where she is. We were supposed to meet here in your bar, but you let Venatori cultists drag her away.
I didn't let them. They paid me.
So answer my questions and walk away with the coin. Or spend it cleaning up the place when I'm through. Your choice.
You're adorable. Dumad Plaza.
Ah.
That's where you'll find Navgalis.
The first time I fought the dudes. Oh, and I'm
Thank
still
you.
gonna fight the dudes.
You want to get yourself killed fighting the Venatori? It's your ass.
Or are they gonna still attack me, or are they gonna leave me alone?
That offer's good for all of you too. No?
If they won't listen to you, they can always listen to Bianca.
Cha-cha-ching! Very cool. So my first time through, I did
Your
the
friend
other
Navgalis
option, and I
is
fought
at
them.
Dumont Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although for the record, you might be too charming for your own good.
So you say that? But we do have Nev's location now, so...
Don't get cocky.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm glad they gave
Hardin
me
will be
different voice
worried.
options, Bex, because this guy sounds
All
much
right.
different than my other
Break's
character.
over.
So I can have this be like a
I hope
completely
Nev's as
different
good at finding
playthrough.
people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her. The
All right.
Archon's palace. Something must have gotten them riled up.
We just passed 2,100 followers over on Twitch, guys. For those of you who are watching in both places now, thank you very much. We're continuing to grow in both places. Awesome. You know, we're closing in on 42,000 on YouTube, but crossing 2,100, that's awesome over on Twitch. So thanks, guys. For those of you who double dip, appreciate it.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Navgalis and stop Solus.
Yeah, second playthrough, Nim. Haters can't
You
stop
still
this
think you can
train.
talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
That ritual is going to tear down the veil. The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
Wait! But I didn't do anything!
Unlike some other content creators, we did not
Are they
drink the
after us?
haterade.
Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathous.
We've got to help her.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we... Oh, crap.
We're too late!
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go! Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza. Then Nev will get us to Solus.
Demo!
Is Solo summoning demons on purpose?
My guess is the veil is weakening, and they're slipping through the cracks.
And when the veil
Demo! Demo!
Then the whole world is going to look a lot like this. Come on, this way. It should get us to Harding.
You're safe now. Get inside and bar the door as quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Harding, you all right?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
And what about you two? Are you okay?
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Speak for yourself.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there. Where's Nev Gallus? Wasn't she at the meeting point?
The Venatori got to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
Demons.
All right.
Here they come.
Oh, it's a shield. That's cool. I want to try that again. So, I don't have any ripostas yet. Oh, and I did some sort of a charge? Oh my.
I think that's the last of them.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev. You two all right? Patch yourselves
Oh,
up if
hang
you
on.
need it.
So, this is...
I don't get
I
it.
can switch
If Solus
between...
tears down the veil, doesn't that destroy everything?
Solus always talked about how beautiful the ancient world was.
That world existed before the veil.
So I have
Let's bring
dagger
it
and
back.
knife or
Even if this ritual
staff.
kills us all in the process.
Oh, I'm a staff mage. What is this though? It like charges up something and then... I don't know what that is. I'm assuming they'll tell me in a bit. Alright.
think
Real
that's Dumont
order.
Plaza.
Let's move.
Doesn't look good.
Predatory cultists. Reinforcements should be here soon.
I hate these assholes.
Me too.
Looks like the Venatori put up a barrier to block the way. More intruders!
Avenge our fallen brethren!
Oh, I love how I can actually block
paths
this
within
time.
the
Because
Veilguard. They were hunting for magic and putting people in danger.
the rogue couldn't block. He could only like repel or like parry. But here I can actually put up a shield and hold it. Which is really freaking badass. Now obviously it dispels if you take damage, but the fact that I can do that, because the other one was literally just, you know, block and parry, but this is actually hold a shield. Cool.
Come on. Guess we're sliding down.
Guess we are.
They're allies of Nev Gallus! Kill them all!
Use RB to select new arcane shot ability. It requires 100 mana to use. Mages generate mana over time. Oh! Is that an AoE? So where do I see my mana bar? Oh, I see. It's all the way at the bottom right. So it's over time, it says.
Venatori, take your revenge!
Okay, so that attacked both of them.
Another barrier. But it looks like Nev's work, not the Venatori's.
Combi Fighter says, I'm in the middle of Act 2 and the game keeps getting better. So far as has potentially become my favorite game. It is officially my favorite Dragon Age game. It trumped Dragon Age Origins somewhere around 75% of the way through my first playthrough. It just, yeah, hands down. Now my order right now is Veilguard, Origins, 2, and Inquisition. Like, I just think that this is my game of the year vote. This is so good.
Eric, Harding. Not the worst timing.
Nev, it's so good to see you. We thought the Venatori had kidnapped you.
They thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in this city have reason to hate me. Figured I'd play along. Find out who wanted to settle the score this time. Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Harding and I found him a while back. Thought we could use an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but he tends to think in straight lines.
Oh, thanks, buddy. By the way, I watched somebody's review last night, and I feel like their review, and it's unfortunate because they are a YouTuber who I have watched before, and they've done good RPG coverage in the past, and they claim that they are a long-term Dragon Age fan, but they shat all over this game. Big steaming piles of doo-doo. And the thing that I was just marveling at was throughout the whole review, they were just kind of parroting these points I've heard in Reddit threads, which is, oh, it's like a Disney Pixar film. All the animation cutscenes look like a Disney Pixar film. There's no grimdark. The writing is like it's from a 7-year-old child. It's the same parroting points like that are being repeated by the people who claim that they've played this game and claim that it's bad. And I know for a fact, having played 76 hours of a first playthrough, this game has so much grimdark. I've cried like 6 times now. Emotionally impactful companion quests. The writing, especially for Harding's storyline and Tash's storyline and Emmerich's storyline, that is hands down as good as any of the companion quests in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, this game is an exceptional game. Where I will say that I can see some criticisms is like, you know, the puzzles do get a bit repetitive after a long time, sure. But so do puzzles in every game I played. You know what I did in Star Wars Outlaws? I turned the puzzles off. And I love the fact that Star Wars Outlaws lets you turn the puzzles off if you don't want to do them at all. It's like, they were fun the first 20, 30 times I did them, like picking locks and hacking computers. After I'd done it 20, 30 times, I was like, meh. And they give you the option to just turn it off. And I was like, that is so cool to just let me say, I don't want to do that part of the game. But as far as story goes, like, the review I watched, the person said, this isn't Dragon Age to me, and I'm not going to play it, and I'm not going to cover it anymore on my channel. And I just went, all right, agree to disagree, but this is definitely Dragon Age for me. Tash's storyline, which that video went live this morning on my channel. If you haven't watched that yet, it's called The Power of Storytelling, and it shows the culmination of Tash's storyline. And I cried. Like, Chakra to Ebra. Just, Like, you can't watch Tash's culminating cutscene and tell me that this game has bad writing, no grimdark, and it's not Dragon Age. Because every single bit of her final storyline is grimdark Dragon Age at its peak, and it's just amazing storytelling.
Nice to meet you. Based on the Venatori, you've got excellent taste in enemies.
So yeah, Combi, it just keeps getting better the deeper you get.
You said you had a lead?
And like for me, the last like 4 hours of the game yesterday were just like, oh my god.
I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic.
James Games says, hey, I'm new here. Just wanted to say thanks for the level-headed reviews and general positivity. You're welcome.
Our Lady of
Welcome to
Victory.
the channel.
That's where your man is hiding.
Then let's go. Before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the Canal District must remain in their homes.
So if we do catch Solus, or the Dreadwolf, whatever he calls himself, what's the plan?
He wants to bring down the Veil. Hopefully that ritual takes his full attention.
So we catch him while he's doing his ritual so he can't fight us.
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight-up fight, we're dead.
Well, I don't want to die, so... Demons everywhere. I also feel like anyone who claims that this game is Pixar animation hasn't. I will say this. I'm going to say this right now, and I'm going to say this as a statement of fact. Anyone who claims that this game has Pixar animations hasn't actually played the game all the way through. They haven't finished the game. They haven't actually played the game, because the art style is very stylized and modern, and it's true. Like the early stages of the game, as you meet the team that you're going to be doing, it's very light and very quirky because you're meeting the characters. But as you start getting into the storyline, it starts getting darker and darker and darker and darker, and there's death and destruction and blight and oh so much destruction. It's like a Pixar movie. It's written for kids. I literally, when I see people say that, I just know they haven't actually played the game.
There. That's the building I tracked Solus to.
Or if they did,
Looks
they
like the
willfully
Venatori
just
also found it,
spacebarred their way
and
through
then
the
demons found
conversations.
them.
But again, you know, not every game is for every person. Totally get that. But if you're not enjoying something, there's no need to make nasty YouTube videos. You just put it to the side and move along. Oh, Victor Vega. Yeah, the ending. And like every time you talk to him, you know, you think that maybe, just maybe, there's some good. And my ending, you know, I went with the redeem ending, and it was beautiful. This character is not going the redeem ending. This character is going the you're a bad person Solus, and I'm going to destroy you. Hold RT to channel your energy into a beam. That's cool.
Enchantment on the entrance.
Enchantment?
I can get
Enchantment!
We should head back. Solus is probably inside.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm checking to make sure there's no gold or anything over here, Hardy. The loot goblin in me needs to make sure.
So this is the Dread Wolf's hideout.
One of them, at least. Not sure how long he's been here.
Some of this looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
So, does that also apply to this?
broken chains. Solus is freeing slaves.
Solus hates slavery.
I like the
One of the
fact
few
that you
things
can
we
choose
actually
between
agreed on.
a
He said
staff
the other
or
elven
the
gods were tyrants who
what is it,
oppressed his
the
people.
dagger
He
and
was
orb
trying
or
to
whatever
help
it's
them.
called. I like that you get to choose between the two. By the way, I haven't checked yet. What are the oh, I don't get to see what the subclasses are yet.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
Well, that sounds ominous.
I'm gonna have to get some more coffee here in a minute.
Ancient elves doing something to a dragon, I think.
Yeah. Trying to control.
More demons.
Mages can use the orb and dagger combination. Use X to attack with the orb and Y to attack with the dagger. Orb attacks are much quicker than staff attacks, but with a shorter range. Each hit with the orb applies an arcane mark. On the third, it becomes an arcane bomb. Using the dagger then makes the bomb explode. So, one. But I have to get close. No, I don't like that. I want to stick with the, I'm going to stick with staff attacks. I'm definitely a staff mage.
It sounds like that opened something below.
Then let's have a look.
Splish splash,
This
I
the
was
big
taking
glowing
a
window
bath.
you saw earlier, Rook.
I think it's an alluvian. I've seen a few in Arlethan Forest. They're elven.
It acts like a doorway from one place to another. Solus uses them to get around quickly.
He must have gone through it.
Well, you guys know what we're gonna do right now? We're gonna bloop. Oh, I totally missed the super chat earlier, James. I really wish sometimes Streamlabs doesn't give me the audio notifications. So James coming in with a $5 super chat saying, "Glad to be here, excited to jump into Stalker along with the rest of you at the end of the month." Oh yeah, Stalker 2. And also Completion has joined as a guild member. Why are my notifications not coming through? Thank you guys. Appreciate the support and for being here and having fun. And apologies for the delayed reactions. What's up with Streamlabs this morning? Not sending me alerts to everything. What the heck, man? It's also not sending me my chat because Phantom X said something over on Twitch. Good morning, Phantom. I didn't see that come through either. I may need to refresh the chat on Streamlabs. Let's see if that fixes the issue. So everybody who's on Twitch and YouTube, good morning. If I missed your messages, I apologize. Sometimes stuff doesn't get filtered through Streamlabs properly. And if I don't see it, like Nuno just got here and said, "How's everyone doing?" Ellen says, "If you like close-up, Spellblade is the way. If you don't..." Yeah, I'm not going to do Spellblade because I just did the Rogue. So, yeah, I just did the Rogue. I don't need close-up. I'm going to do Staff because I want to be able to be back from a distance and pew-pew things. It is a second playthrough, indeed. And for those of you who were here yesterday, we're going to see if we have any more fun today with the trolls. My favorite yesterday, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see that video I published this morning, was the person who came in and chat and called me a lousy husband, and my wife came in here and defended me, and then they proceeded to say I'm a low testosterone male. Someone is asking how to turn on the real-time with pause option on the console and on the PC with controller. So you're going to go into the settings, and you're going to go into gameplay, accessibility actually. I think it's in accessibility. And actually, I don't remember where it's at. Interface? Yeah, it's interface. Let me go type this up. Interface ability wheel. Interface ability wheel. Tap. I'm not quite 50, Dribrom, but yes. It's definitely lower than when I was 20. Goddamn. I don't take supplements either. I probably should start thinking about supplements as I get closer to 50. You never know. I don't go to the gym anymore. I don't give a shit. I play video games. I don't need testosterone to play video games. As long as my fingers work to push buttons. All right. Anyway, hopefully we answered that guy's question about how to turn that option on. What's up, Hector?
Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This
How's your
is
bell
Arlethan
on the
Forest.
wheelchair, Hector?
And there's your ritual. The power involved. I've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
Ding, 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 ding.
And we've got demons.
Welcome aboard, everybody. Chris and I just watched that again a couple years back. It was my second time through and her first time through. Does this target more than one? And nearby enemies.
And I thought the demons were bad back in Minrathous.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come through.
Jedi Survivor's a good game. I like Survivor more than Fallen Order, Nuno, personally. I mean, I love Fallen Order's story, but the second game I just felt slapped
Does it feel
way
like
harder.
those tremors are getting worse?
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
There was just some really good gameplay in the second game. What is this? This is the thing I don't understand. It's like I'm charging. I guess that charges it up for the big attack. Yeah, Hector, I think that's what Nuno just did. Got the combo deal over on Steam the other day because it's on sale.
We get tremors every time one of those big crystals at the ritual site lights up.
Not many of them left to light. Might want to hurry.
I just noticed, so the mana bar at the bottom has 2 dots. Okay, so this is going to take me some learning to get used to how the mage plays, but so far I'm enjoying it. I definitely don't want to do the spell blade. I like this with the staff. Because I just did a rogue playthrough. I don't need to do another, dagger playthrough. Tell you what, one thing I'm going to do right now, because I'm already starting to feel it, because I played like 10.5 hours yesterday. We're going to go into performance mode for a little bit, because my eyes are like, what are you doing? That already feels better. Oh, much smoother.
Quite a few of them on there.
Nothing compared to how many we'll get if Solus finishes his ritual.
God, the music slaps so hard in this game. I do wish I could mix it a little bit and turn up the bass, because I kind of want to, it sounds great, but I would love to like crank up the bass a little bit and just have like my demon!
We have to stop this demon quickly.
Oh!
Watch the lightning!
Oh, I wonder if I can block this. Nope, you cannot block that.
How did demon this large get through the veil?
It's a pride demon. Damn thing probably sensed Solus's ego.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going again easy. Round 2, fight!
Everyone all right?
Good enough. Let's get to Solus.
Ain't no hate here. We love this game. It looks like a Pixar movie. Well, guess what? I fucking love Pixar, and I think the cutscenes in this game are absolutely amazing. We're gonna see if we can't get a full second playthrough before Stalker 2 drops. I think I can do it since I'm dropping the difficulty down and focusing more on the story.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just
This time
because
around,
an
we're going to be
old friend
focusing on
asks
side
nicely.
quests
Solus
as the
needs
number one
someone to
priority,
sell him another option
followed by
to help
companion
him
quests, followed by
justify
main
changing
quests.
his mind.
And I'm choosing
Come on,
different
Varric.
options here.
We didn't come all this way just to talk to him.
He was my friend, Rook. I gotta try to reach him. But if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
More demons!
Rook, take care of the team for me.
And knowing what I know now, fuck! But Dragon Age is
Hey,
dark.
Chuckles.
The writing
Hope I'm
sucks.
not interrupting.
I cannot wait to kick his ass.
Let's buy him some time.
I hope Varric is getting through to Solus.
He better talk fast. We can't hold these demons off forever.
The veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
People are always dying. It is what they do.
Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
What if we disrupt the ritual?
How?
See those statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here. I'll bring down the statue.
What? No. Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
I'm a mage.
Anyone got a better idea?
I got it covered.
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
I got it covered.
Let's go, Harding. Nev, keep the demons off us.
You got it.
I know, Joe. I know. I suspected about halfway through, well, a little bit more than halfway through the game, I suspected. And then when I found out towards the end, I was like, oh, you motherfuckers. Exactly, Bubblody. I'll see you in hell. God, I totally want to turn around and play a third now and do a Grey Warden Warrior. I cannot wait. I don't have time, but holy shit, this game is good, guys. Like, I was already having fun, and then the last, like, 4 hours of the game last night, like, tipped me over the top and made me say, oh my god, this is, like, my favorite Dragon Age game.
This is it.
Just, oh.
Bring down that scaffolding!
Snacks sound good, Vex. I might need to get some more coffee.
Why?
Have you shoveled your snow yet, Babylonia?
Knowing all the lives it'll cost.
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was
I
some
saw those
other
pictures, man.
better
That's a lot of
option?
snow.
The pillar's weak, but
It is falling. We need to push it
I'm with you.
together now.
Nice, Trimmer.
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall.
Push.
Yeah, I went with an elf. Because elf to elf, mage to mage, I'm gonna kick his ass at the end of this playthrough. Mage on mage, baby. One of my favorite parts of Baldur's Gate 2 was the mage arena down in the Underdark. And I can't wait. Have some mage on mage action. Hey man, mage on mage action might excite some people. Just take it down a notch, guys. Put it back in your pants. You don't need to bring out your staves this early in the morning. Yeah, Victor Vega, I think for me it was
You have no idea what
during
you
one of
have
the
done.
meetings at the dinner table. I was like, why is no one ever, he only ever talks to me.
Soulless?
No one ever
I
else
know what
acknowledges.
I stopped you from destroying the world.
I was not destroying the world.
Oh, absolutely different class this playthrough about that. And then we'll do a different class
When
for the
you
third
disrupted
playthrough
my
as well.
ritual,
Gotta
the
do each one of the
magical energies
archetypes.
pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical
Bubble
body
is
is
like,
unconscious.
I thought it was normal to
but
pull out
you
your
shed a
staff in
few
the morning.
drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous
Got
connection.
wood?
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
All right, you brought me here to talk. What are we talking about?
The Evanurus, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them. Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped, and the blighted Elven Gods walk free.
Completion. Sometimes I trip over my staff in the morning. Evelyn Walker over on Twitch says, it's nice to see how much time and dedication you've poured into your YouTube channel. Well, thank you for that, Evelyn. It is the day job, so if you want anything to work in life, you gotta put in the time. I am very blessed to do what I do for a living, but it is the result of a lot of hard work. We're just about to cross. I always say I have 7,000 videos on the channel because there are very close to 7,000 videos on the YouTube channel over the course of like 4 years, 2.5 of which I've been full time for a little over 2.5 years. So yeah, I am 100% dedicated to this. Also, this is my retirement. Like, I'm saving up for my retirement right now, so I have motivation that a lot of people don't have because I very much view my YouTube channel as an investment. So you're putting in sweat equity to build something for the future, and so I make a living at it, which is great, but also I'm saving up for my future. So I look at that and say, not a problem. It beats what I used to do. I worked in construction for many years. I grew up on a farm. Like, I've worked outside for many years, so it's nice to be able to sit here in an air-conditioned office. I put in a lot of hours, but it's worth it in the long run, and I get to do what I love, which is playing video games. So I appreciate the comment. Kathy Smith says, this live I can watch since it's a new playthrough, and I have 2 going at once. One nice and one snarky for days when I need the snark. Nice.
Right, you were innocently doing nothing when we came along.
I do love the fact that this Rook has a completely different voice actor.
I was moving them to another.
So it feels to me, it feels like a different character.
And drowning the world in demons and wild magic.
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric?
Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is
dead.
Quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
So those things that got out, you said they were gods?
I know so much now.
They were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic.
And now we
gods.
really get to see the brilliance of the writers.
Took all my power to imprison
as they leave us little clues that we didn't see the first time around. This is the best part of like watching a show the second time through, or watching a film the second time through, and you're like, up, caught it.
That's really helpful. What are you, the elven god of sarcasm?
Lies, treachery, and rebellion, depending upon the story. And how could I help? I do not have my ritual dagger. I cannot access my network of mirrors to travel from the lighthouse to anywhere in the world. All I can offer is what I know.
Helpful advice from the elven god of, and I am quoting you here, lies, treachery, and rebellion.
Depending on the story. Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve. This is your responsibility now.
Because of you, you asshole.
Why? Why tear down the veil?
Do you want me to take the shot?
You have no idea what you have done. This is your responsibility now.
Well, look who's still with us.
Varric? You're okay. But I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'd take more than a flesh wound to stop me.
Flesh wound.
Don't think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
Varric, when we stopped the ritual, something else got out. Something even Solus is afraid of.
You've got this, Rook. World's not flooded with demons right now because you stopped Solus, not me.
Varric, even so, I need you to...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like the expedition where you lost that invaluable map, but saved your friends. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook? You're awake. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. I was just looking for elf fruit.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna stretch my legs.
Oh, Rook. Watch your step out there. If you put a foot wrong, you'll fall forever. Yeah, on top of everything else, the Illuvian took us to the Fade. The place where dreams come from.
Oh,
so...
the siege at Weishaupt Yeasty. Oh my god, that's like one of the first big fights in the game. It's so epic.
And we should talk about things. Maybe find Nev. She's outside, looking around. There's a room with a table down the stairs.
What kind of M. Night Shyamalan crap
Go
is this?
ahead, Rook. Me, I need to sleep. See you later, kid.
Evelyn Walker, you just broke the #1 rule of Twitch, and you are now banned. I don't give a shit about your services. Yeah, can fuck off, because you're not allowed to spam your services in my Twitch channel. They always start off by giving you a nice compliment, and then they wait 5 minutes, and they're like, I'm not trying to sell you any services, but I'm trying to sell you my services, and I'd love to chat with you in Discord if I could about my services as an editor. #1 rule of YouTube and Twitch is no spam. It's literally there, posted in the rules. No spam. No spam. Don't care. Pitch it through email if you're going to pitch, but you don't spam your shit in my chat. It's right up there with no politics. That's why my thumb gets sore, Yeasty, is when things are super, super intense. Especially when I'm playing on the PlayStation, because the PlayStation controller, I definitely get thumb fatigue. Now, do I get... I don't know that I get the N7 specialty gear right away, or if you have to wait until after a certain point. Yeah, I don't see it. I think I might have to progress the story a little bit farther. Yeah, Hector, I'm thinking that's the case. Ew, no. Definitely stay with the ice one. This will be, yeah, probably completionist. I think I'm going to shoot for a completionist version this run. The priority is going to be side quests, followed by companion quests, followed by main quests. So I ignored most of the side quests the first time around. I don't know that when people say 100%, I know a lot of people are like, are you going to 100% every zone and go for every chest and every statue? No, not that. But I am going to try to go for every single quest. I am going to try to 100% every quest that I come across. But I don't know about all the chests and stuff. I know, Coyote, I am an absolute Chad. I am the best Chad you'll ever meet. All other Chads bow before me because I am the ultimate Chad. So get on your knees and do what lesser Chads do when they are before a greater Chad. Yes, I'm going to be going for full faction strength as well, completionist, because I know now what I know about the ending, and so I need to make sure that I have all of my factions at their maximum strength. Tash is 100% the best character in the game, Hector. And I equal her now up there with Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. And I didn't think anything was ever going to top Shadowheart, but Tash is 100% as awesome of a storyline and a character as Shadowheart at Baldur's Gate 3.
Whoa.
Oh, I know, Bex. It's all the little triggered man
Look
babies.
who's with us.
Oh, she's a non-binary person.
We're really in the Fade.
Triggered! Triggered!
Land of raw magic, nightmares, and this, apparently. It's a lot to take in.
And the funniest part about it, which I've
Harding
mentioned
thought
multiple
we should
times in the
talk
stream,
about what comes
when
next.
you meet Tash, all
She's
you know
not
about her
wrong.
is that she's a dragon
But
hunter.
if you need a breather,
right?
it can't hurt to look around first.
When you get her as a companion in your game, in the game, when you recruit her, she is only a dragon hunter. That's all you know about her. And you never, not once, do you ever have to do any of her companion quests. Which means, if you are someone who's triggered by her journey of discovery, you would never know that she has that journey of discovery unless you actually went and did her side quests. Otherwise, you could have her in your party as a dragon hunter who has not changed her mind about who they are and still uses the she pronouns. And you would never know about that journey of discovery. You would never know that that they become a non-binary character. You would never know any of that because it would just be a dragon hunter. So the fact that people are railing against Tash because she's a non-binary character, it's not even a thing. It's an optional side quest that you don't have to do. Not only do you not even ever have to do her side quests, you never even have to have her in your party if you don't want to. But if you do choose to have her along, she's nothing more than a dragon hunter. She's a big-ass Kunari dragon hunter. That's all she is. She doesn't become they, them, unless you do the quests. And that's the beauty of it, which shows that those ignorant little man-children don't know anything about the game. People are just like, it's forced agenda. It's forced agenda. Then that's not forced. Optional. Nothing is forced. It's optional. You don't have to do their quests at all. Optional. But yeah, man children filling up the Reddit with their man tears.
It wasn't supposed
Yeah,
to
Kathy,
go this way.
Tash is awesome. Very well written. I'm going to make a
What do we do
post
now?
or a video
What do we do?
specifically for BioWare and thank them for Tash. I'll probably do that early this week. I'm going to address that to them specifically and thank them for
Harding?
how well that character is written.
Oh, hey,
Because it's
Rook.
best character in the game.
How's it going?
I should be asking you that. I got you hurt.
This is a dangerous job. Everyone knew that signing on. There's so much to do. We have to keep going.
You don't slow down for much,
Joe,
do
I
you?
think it's inevitable
You
that
sound
one.
just like Varric.
I think it's inevitable.
And I
I
always
need
said,
to research that on the
Well,
internet, but I
someone's
think
got to
it's
keep you
inevitable
on your toes,
that
old
one
man. So
will always be the number.
that's what I'm here to do. That's what I have to do. We need to get back to the ritual site, don't we? Let's stop worrying about me and go do that. Come get me when you're ready to go.
Oh, all the stories are good. Like, every single one of the companion stories are good. Emmerich's, dude, I have this morning, I haven't published them yet. I clipped 3 shorts this morning from Emmerich's because of Manfred. So, Manfred is, like, one of the coolest characters in the game.
Wisps. Figures they're in the Fade, but I swear they're following me.
You alright?
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted
I would
you for
play
the
that in
job.
a heartbeat,
You know the same
Brexosaurus.
about me.
If they made the next game
It's a
as like
start.
Tash is the main character, I would play that in a heartbeat.
A bad start. Unless you always meet people when something's on fire.
Most of the time. It comes with the line of work.
Right. You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately,
This time
what we
through,
know,
guys, I
or
am
knew
romancing
before
Tash.
Solus
I don't care
changed
about
the
anybody
game.
else.
And it's,
Not much. I'm sure Lace would hate to hear that, but one step at a time.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely doing the same thing for Manfred. He's too cool to not keep around.
Okay, so step one is figure out what we're chasing.
Right. And the 20 other questions that need answers.
That's step two.
I can see why Varric brought you on.
I'm gonna romance Tash
We
this
just
time
gotta
around
start
too,
somewhere.
Mike. So good on you, sir. Fist bump. Treos Tundrada over on YouTube says, I keep hearing Dragon Age Veilguard has the worst writing imaginable. Is this true? Only if you're easily swayed by Reddit trolls is it true. Or little man-children of the internet. This is definitely some of BioWare's best storytelling. Especially if you look at the main quests and companion quests. Side quests, you know, like fetch quests and stuff, there's some lower quality, low-hanging fruit type stuff. Go fetch this, do this. That stuff's not that great. Definitely on the lower end of the quality bar. But the companion quests and the main quests, this is peak BioWare. Peak BioWare. Anybody who says otherwise, you know, I don't think that they've actually played the game beyond the first 10 hours because all they've seen is the first 10 hours of getting to know the characters. And like many shows, you know, they don't get going until the second or third episode. And this really starts, I would argue that it's not until you get the full team assembled that it really starts ramping up. Now, there are glimpses of things in the early stages, but it really starts ramping up once you've got the whole team.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey, Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
You are welcome. Solus called it the Lighthouse.
While I was out cold, he showed up in my dream and he's really mad that we stopped his ritual.
Good.
He's also trapped in some kind of prison in the Fade. Not happy about that either.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm safe on that front. I bled a little when I got knocked out. Enough that he can gripe at me, but not enough that he can make my head explode.
So Solus is using blood magic, like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
We all know he's not a god, but it's faster than saying ancient elven mage every time we talk about him.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything, but we are not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had two of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elgranon and Gillenane. Two of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against. Solus warned me about them being evil, which is pretty rich coming from a guy who just tried to tear down the Veil.
You don't believe him?
No, that's the problem. I do believe him. He said they were horrific tyrants.
Tyrants so powerful elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elgranon and Gillenane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have two. And they're not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that, without Varric. And you're still getting back on your feet.
I hated the Mountain Dragon Age
fine.
Inquisition. It was so
We
awkward.
can't just sit here and do nothing.
We need to investigate. Figure out what we're dealing with before we rush in and make things worse.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
Investigating.
If Elgranon and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they
riding the
want.
Griffin would be
But
awesome.
we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves. We find out what we're dealing with, and then we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Harding, are you okay to go?
I'm not gonna sit back while elven gods destroy the world because I have a headache.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
Yeah, the way they do it in World of Warcraft is like when you jump on a mount, everybody else just has mounts as well. Like all of your NPC companions, it's like boop, they're all on mounts now too, which works. It works for me. Because the phasing in and out always seems so silly to me. Like 1 minute they're there and the next minute they're not.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that Illuvian.
If it even takes us back to Arlithin.
Harding, you sure you're up for this?
I'm fine.
Well then. Shall we?
We shall.
Let's do this.
I forgot to check to see if that chest was there. I'm assuming it'll be there when we finish up with this and we get back to the lighthouse. The chest will be there and I can get into my N7 armor.
Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site. But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Right, let's take a look around and see if we can find...
Shut it down!
I'm trying! It's not working! I can't contain it!
Strife? Irulan?
What are you doing back in Arlithin?
Long story.
Isn't it always with you? And did I hear you're going by Rook now?
Nev, this is Strife and Irulan. They're veil jumpers like me. Experts in elven magic. I worked with them before Harding and Varric recruited me.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harrell's, sorry, Solus's ritual, isn't it? Thought you were supposed to stop him. Or did unforeseen complications lead to unforeseen consequences? Again.
Will you let it go? Yes, the map was destroyed, but everyone walked out of there alive.
I told you to wait.
If I waited for you to make a copy, people would have died.
So you ran off on your own, and now we've lost the only way of navigating back to that site. We lost the work put into it, everything we uncovered, and everything we hadn't.
Solus's ritual. You stopped it?
Sky's not ripping itself apart anymore, is it?
All right. You stopped Solus. So why is Arleth neck deep in wild magic?
Solus was dragged into the Fade when we interrupted his ritual, but something else got out.
Someone else, supposedly. Elgranon and Gillenane.
Mithalanast. Two of the elven gods of old. The Evanuris.
Shit. If they're back in the world, that explains a lot.
So Elgranon and Gillenane are loose. Which means what?
You thought Solus was bad. He's a bit of a bastard, true.
Welcome to the
But
channel.
next to them, let's just say they weren't known for their kindness.
There's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evanuris, and a reason he imprisoned them.
Of all the ancient things on Earth, of course it had to be two of the Evanuris. And of course it had to be you that unearthed them.
Tareth is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of Veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Lute. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
Oh, it's probably somebody
And
that's done a
also
bunch of
blowing
voice
them
work
up.
for BioWare.
She was off
Amber Star.
looking for another artifact.
They tend to
before this
use, kind of like
ritual shook
Bethesda, they have a
everything loose.
regular stable of
If
voice actors
anyone
they
can
use
get a handle on
over and
all
over in
this
their
wild
games.
magic and the
They
artifact
probably
it's
share a
setting
lot
off,
between
it'll be
companies
her.
as well.
Right. Then you two get your friend back to your camp and we'll find Belara.
Excuse me.
Harding, I need you to stay with Strife and Irulan, all right?
What? No, I'm coming with you.
Yeah,
You're a great shot,
Vexasaurus.
Harding. You can help the Veil
It's
jumpers
like, wait,
here.
that guy
They
did,
need
didn't
you.
that guy do the voice? Oh yeah, I did.
Fine. Since they need me.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper Camp. It's just south of here.
Belara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was 3 days ago.
About time for another
I'd
coffee.
start your search there.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
Like we'll make it to Belara, and then once I get Belara in the party, I'm gonna duck out and grab another cup of coffee. It was like I had no idea that Matt Mercer. I knew Matt Mercer voiced the Viper. I recognized him immediately, but I did not know he did the voice for Manfred.
Never been to this part of Arleth before. This fog's strange.
I've never seen fog like this. Something's not right.
Yeah, Mike. Also, the guy who voiced the Solaran scientist dude, whose name I forget. That's Mass Effect 2. He's on your ship. That voice actor shows up in like Bethesda games as well. And like I caught the voice actor for
So that suit of armor is moving.
the
There's a
Ripper Doc
problem.
that you work with in Cyberpunk 2077 is in like so much other stuff too. And once you hear his voice, it's like you start hearing him. And yeah, Morden, that voice actor, yeah. He was also like Morden Solis' voice actor was also like the newscaster in Cyberpunk 2077. So like every time you got in an elevator, you would hear his voice like announcing the news.
Gotcha. Oh, people. Where'd you come from?
Belara? Balar Luther? Strife and Ireland sent us to find you.
Wait, didn't you used to be a veil jumper? You left with Varric. What was your name?
Rook. At least that's the nickname Varric gave me.
Nev Gallus.
Wait, I know that name.
Oh yeah, she loves those
Protocol
cereals.
is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For
Yeah,
the worse,
Skyrim is like 3
unfortunately.
voice actors.
Our
It's
gods,
so true.
Elgornon and Gillenane,
It's so
they've
true.
escaped from Fen'Harel's prison, and by all accounts, they
By the way,
want to
one of the
destroy
funniest
world.
things.
Oh, yes.
I
that
like Oblivion
is
more than
very much
Skyrim,
for
but
the
one of the
worse.
funniest things ever to me is like if you go
Okay,
on like TikTok or Instagram,
I need a second.
the clips. So people have modded the shit out of Skyrim, right? And like the intro sequence in particular, there are people who have done some incredible, like, varied intros where they just riff memes all over the intro section of riding in on that wagon, and it is some of the funniest shit you will ever see. It's so offensive. It's so funny.
I've had a couple of days, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it.
It does sort of explain a few things, though.
It had Sean Bean in
Like
it, Hector.
what
like,
exactly?
for me
The
and
surge
Patrick
of
Stewart.
raw
Like,
magic in the area. These artifacts
I was
started
like,
waking
sold.
up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog.
Raw magic.
Only a god or gods could have done that. There's
There's a
something
mod
kind of exciting
that
about
swaps
it.
comment
And
music for
dangerous.
Star Trek:
Really
The Next
dangerous.
Generation fight music.
Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but
That's awesome.
But what?
see that shimmer?
Shimmer,
That's a
shimmer,
veil
shake,
bubble.
shake.
It's separating us from the rest of the real world.
Oh, the
so to
original
speak.
series. Never mind.
You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
I think I prefer to stay in
Excuse
one
me.
piece. Yeah.
Right, me too. But I think I can find a way out. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it safely, I mean. the
I'll
bubble
wager 3
itself should
quatloos on the
collapse.
newcomer.
And then we're back in reality?
I sure hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
All right, I need another cup of coffee, guys. I'll be right back. sacrilege because there was no coffee. However, Chris was literally pulling the kettle off as I walked into the kitchen, so there should be some fresh coffee here shortly. I also ducked outside to say hi to the cats because kitty cats are playing outside. Man, wonder how many Quatlus a cup of coffee costs.
I've been trying to get to the artifact at the center of the bubble, but these magical constructs keep getting in the way.
Nug!
A few dozen demons shouldn't
Kill the
be a
Nug!
problem.
Oh, it ran away.
Not demons. They're animating those suits of armor. The armor's attuned to the artifact to protect it from threats.
Ah, and I'm guessing it sees us as threats.
That's the edge of the bubble. Can't pass through it. We need to shut down the artifact first.
I hear you, but there's like goodies we need down here, which we use for crafting and things. So, you know, just cool your jets. There's truffles, man. Gotta get our truffles. And our large, valuable crystals. Sorry, flawless crystals.
Is that water just swirling into the air? I've never seen that kind of magical anomaly here before.
We call it the whirlpool. They're not usually this big, though.
And I never did figure out if you could do anything with the whirlpools. I'm guessing no, because you never found anything that we could interact with when I played my first playthrough. Okay. Bursting open chests is infinitely more enjoyable on the mage, because on the rogue you had to like manually like click all the time, and here you can just literally hold down this and like burn through all the chests. That's frickin' wicked. Big fan. Well, it says it's 35 Quatlus for a cup of coffee, but only because the Triskelions outlawed all stimulant beverages. Damn it. Hey, Bubbaloni, you might know the answer to this question, because I've never looked into it. Is there a Star Trek tabletop role-playing game? Did they ever do like a D20 or D6 or anything? Is there like, I'm assuming there is, but I've never actually looked into it. And the follow-up question is, did you ever get a chance to do anything with the Fallout tabletop game? With your kids at least or something? There are Star Trek tabletop games, it says Dribrum. Okay. Geek and Sundry played a few.
Right where we need to go.
Okay, let's deal with them. Quick.
How's that?
Well, it says there's several. The newest is from Modifius, who made the Fallout RPG, but I'm pretty sure there were Star Trek TRPGs back in the day, 90s. Yeah, it was just popped into my head. I'd never thought about like
Any ideas on what the artifact we're looking
Star
for
Trek
might be?
tabletop,
I have a couple of theories, but
a
nothing
D&D
definite.
version of Star
we
Trek.
Might find
That
some
could be
clues in the
fun.
ruins, though.
Oh my god, this is infinitely easier to bust open all the barrels with the mage, guys. Holy shit. Like, just lay down a line of fire. Everything blows open. Well, says we did a couple of one-shots of the Fallout TTRPG, but haven't gotten a regular group together yet. Okay. Hector says there was a Star Trek RPG in the 80s made by FASA. Thanks, guys. I was not aware. I assumed
nice to
there
find
was,
ruins
but
that haven't been picked clean.
Most people are too afraid to go this deep into Arlathan, except us veil jumpers.
I never,
With how wild the magic's been here,
I never played any. I didn't really get into Star Trek until I was an adult, so probably makes sense why I just never knew that those things existed.
Well, isn't this a sight?
Wait, is this? No, it can't be. Not here.
Can't be what?
We have to get over there. The artifact we're looking for must be inside.
Do you know what this place was?
Could have been a temple, could have been where they stored food. But judging by the sentinels, it's probably something important.
God, the music here reminds me of The Witcher 3 a little bit.
No way across. Think we can make the jump?
Oh, no, we can make a bridge. There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
Oh, that's interesting, Mike. A Larian Studios game set in the Star Trek universe? That could be fun. It's going to be interesting to see what they do next, because they're working on 2 games. So, you know one of them's got to be a Divinity game. The other one, I would assume, would probably be something licensed. I'd love to think it's something licensed anyway.
Easy.
Wow, isn't that something?
And I'd always thought, oh, you know, Star Trek game would be really
A
cool.
resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this
Yeah, a Star Trek game would be
to shut
equally
it down
cool
before
to
we can
Star
go
Wars.
up the path. But doing that will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
This, I'm not even, like, this doesn't even compare to the stupid rogue having to run up and, like, jump around and to blow up the barrels. I just have, like, a ray of energy that's just like... Amberstar, I would agree that the space part and the storyline was really good, but I absolutely loathe the ground missions in Star Trek Online. The character models are absolutely atrocious, and those ground missions are painful. Like just the combat and everything else. But the ship combat in Star Trek Online, I absolutely love, and I love being able to customize the exterior and interiors of your ship. I just did didn't we do Star Trek Online last year for like three months, or was that earlier this year? It was either early 2024 or sometime in 2023. I did Star Trek Online for several months. I've gone back to that game multiple times over the years. It's a really good game. If dated. And I really wish the ground combat was better, because I love everything else. And I love, like, when you warp in and you get the title scroll against the top, and it makes you feel like you're watching a Star Trek Next Generation episode, you know? Yes, the crew designs. It'd be really cool. I would love something like this in, like, Star Trek. That would be fun.
Eyes open. Let's
Man, this thing's got some serious range. Did you see the curveball? That was nice.
Of the magic energy. Path should be clear ahead.
It would be total meltdown bubbleloading. And can you imagine when they did it with queer representation? It's not my Star Trek. Everyone forgetting about. Oh my. God, a Star Trek ARPG would be great. That'd be a lot of fun. And a silver thread over on YouTube saying, "Hey, I'm a lurker since Baldur's Gate 3. I'm still catching up on your first playthrough of this game. I wanted to say I appreciate you being a shining light in this very dark storm. I'll keep watching until I can play myself." Well, thank you for the kind words, Anna. That's definitely what I like to think about when we do our streams. Is, you know, we do try to be, we do try to fight against the darkness. We try to keep this about the fun of playing video games, and we do absolutely 100% make fun of the rage baiters and the man children, because we got to. We got to show them that fun is the most important part of video games, not being angry. So I appreciate the kind words, Anna, and I really hope that you enjoy the first playthrough, and I hope that you get a chance to play this for yourself, because it is a pretty fun game. But also, there's nothing wrong with just watching somebody play games. I didn't get a chance to play the Uncharted games because I didn't own a PlayStation when they came out, and so I could only ever watch other people play Uncharted because I was always traveling and I didn't have a PlayStation. So I didn't get a chance to play the Uncharted games until after all three of them had been out for several years. And I finally got a PlayStation, and 1 month the PlayStation Plus added the big like all-in-one package to the monthly subscription, and so I was able to get that for free, or part of my subscription. I was finally able to play that game, and it was so awesome to be able to play it. But I had already watched like multiple playthroughs on the internet at that point from YouTubers, and it was I still had just as much fun playing it as I thought I would. But it was also great to be able to watch other people play it. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Alive somehow.
That is the reason I do what I do, is to provide people with a place to feel safe in playing video games, and focusing on the video games as the most important part of the equation, not all the other stuff. Because that's what Reddit's for. If you want to get involved with all that other stuff, you can go to Reddit. Consequently, that's why I don't spend much time on Reddit. I really only end up on Reddit after I've seen like a Twitter post or something that like points me to a Reddit thread, and I go to the Reddit thread and I specifically will pull things from the Reddit thread to use as fodder for like YouTube videos.
We'll have to take it down. Okay, easy enough. But watch out. Whenever you see one, there's
Mike,
more
are you
nearby.
watching Strange New Worlds, Mike, by any chance? Because you were saying if they made Spock bisexual, Star Trek purists would riot in the streets. The outrage over the musical episode in Season 2 of Star Trek New Worlds was hilarious to watch happen. Like the man babies who had meltdowns. Not my Star Trek! No, how dare they! It was so funny. And it was an awesome episode. But there are definitely people already who are very upset with how Spock is
Anything
acting
here that
in
can help
Strange
you
New
piece
Worlds.
together what exactly that artifact is?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
Yeah, it was a great episode, Babylonia. Hector says in the next-gen pilot there were men wearing skirts. Could you imagine the reaction now if the numbskulls saw it? Right? I think the big thing I've seen a lot of complaints about with Spock from people is like the relationship stuff with Spock in Strange New Worlds. There's just a lot of people upset. Not my Star Trek. Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you ever watch, like, I think they did a musical in, like, Hercules. Pretty sure Xena did a musical episode, and they were always super cheesy, right? I did not feel that the way they did it in Strange New Worlds was cheesy, because the way they did it in Strange New Worlds was it was a part of, like, the plot. Like, it wasn't just being funny for the sake of being funny. It was like, oh no, we're in a sector of space where the only way this creature can communicate with us is through musical, is through music, and so that's how they're trying to communicate with us, is by using music and trying to. It was a really cool science fiction-y explanation of why music was a central core part of that episode, as opposed to the way it was done. Yeah, Hector, like in Buffy or Hercules and Xena, it was always something cheesy, as opposed to kind of a serious reason.
Constructs! It means I was right.
Right about what?
About where we are. Armored. And I think I know what the artifact is.
Let's show her to everybody. Come here. Hey guys, you remember Tinkika, who was here yesterday saying that I'm insulting my wife? Look at what that person just posted in YouTube chat. They're back. I thought they unsubscribed and went on about their business, but they're back. That's the person who was saying yesterday that I'm a lousy husband, and look at what they just posted in YouTube chat. Yeah. Pippin. Uh-oh, did she bite that? Parece que oh. What's up, Pippin? You want to say hi to everybody? I know, I'm living rent-free in their head, guys. Look at that. I'm living rent-free in Tinkika's head. They said, your video's reported. No, they want to report they're trying to report and get me in trouble with YouTube. That's how pitiful their lives are. I'm gonna report your video. Yeah, Hector, they're obsessed. Orejitas, Pippin. ¿Qué hace mamá? ¿Qué hace mamá? We gotta put her medicine on right now. Chris said she was outside playing with her without the bandage, because she doesn't have her body wrap. But we're about to put her body wrap back on though, because she was just trying. Oh, meow meow meow. She was just trying to lick at her tummy, so we have to put it back on. Just a good girl. Just a good girl. Oh, purr, purr, purr. Hi. Are you a good girl? Yeah, my little office kitty. You've had a rough couple of months, honey. Well, Tinkika V, you said you unsubscribed yesterday. I don't know why you're back again. And the fact that you're reporting my videos shows that you have nothing but bad intentions.
Ay, Pipi. Soy una mujer enojada porque yo trabajo.
So we're going to go ahead and ban Tinkika V from the channel, everybody. Because we don't want them here. No, we don't want nasty people in our streams. No, we don't want nasty people in our streams. No. Alright, let's put her over here. Let me get rid of this person, and then we will go take care of Pippin. So you feel free to report me, Tinkika, for whatever reason you think you're reporting my channel, and I am going to ban you from the channel. Harassment? I'm also reporting you for harassment and bullying. You gotta love it, guys. I'm living rent-free in so many people's heads because of this game. I need about 2 minutes to help Chris. We gotta put some disinfectant on Pippin's tummy and put her medicine on and put her body wrap on. So give me a couple minutes. Alright, I'm back. Bearded Kitten says, good morning, Mr. Renfail. I've watched so many of your videos on so many different games. Just want to thank you for taking your time to make videos that are a bright spot of my week. Thank you for that, Bearded Kitten. You are on the exact opposite end of the spectrum from that Tinkinka V type character who wants to come on. That was the person who came in and was insulting Chris and me yesterday. It's all good. I know I've won when I get to live in people's head rent free. That's how you know. ¿Tienen esta frase en español? Viviendo en la cabeza de la persona sin renta. Es cuando ya estás dentro de la cabeza de alguien tan profundo que ya estás allá sin pagar renta. Es como una inquilina que no paga renta, pero queda por siempre, ¿no? ¿No tienen frase por una persona como así? Es mala, una persona mala. Okay. Vives en mi corazón, pero no pagas renta. So they have a same phrase in Spanish, but it's you live in my heart rent free. So it's the same phrase, but they literally say vives en mi corazón sin renta, sin pagar renta. That can also mean when you're falling in love with somebody too, though. So there is context to that. Okay, that's a little different in English though, because English, when we say, you know, someone's living in your head rent free, it's because they hate you and they're obsessed with you. All right, so that's context. It's all right, guys. We are the light in the dark. Remember, kids, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. These are the ways to the dark side. And when someone is suffering, it's because they have fallen to the dark side. And when they hate someone else and they're angry at someone else, it's because they have fallen to the dark side. So, the way of the Jedi, we never attack, we only defend. And we are always willing to accept people back from the dark side into the light as long as they're willing to make that effort to come back to the light side. Bearded Kitten says, I got to get to working around the yard. Just wanted to drink coffee and say hello. Speaking of coffee, Bearded Kitten, thank you very much. I just went and got my fresh cup of coffee. Enjoy your yard work. It can be therapeutic if you let it be. Arnicorn says hello. What's up, Arnicorn? All right, let's get back to playing our second playthrough. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna unsubscribe to your channel, but I'm gonna come back tomorrow and report you because I'm mad.
A weapon?
An archive spirit.
A what?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Our ancestors used them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
I wonder when I'm going to get big enough that I can have my own subreddit that's all about the people that love to hate. I wonder when that happens, because I think all of the big YouTubers have their own subreddit, right? Big streamers, big YouTubers. I wonder when that happens. At what point do you transition?
Mythalinast. Darkspawn.
I feel like we're getting there.
Here we go.
I wonder if you could do riposte, because I haven't... So far I've only seen blocks. Whereas opposed to my rogue had a riposte when I did perfect timing, perfect defense or whatever.
Here. I never would have believed it. Until today.
I know I saw it earlier when I did like one of the mage fights, but I haven't seen it against any melee mobs yet. Pippin. Do you need to go outside with mommy? What's up, mom? What's up, honey? What? Okay, you're wanting to go out? Do you want to go out with mom? Do you want to go out with mom? Okay, let me go let Pippin out, guys. She does not want to be in the office. All right, back to it. Back to it. Nothing up here that I can click on. Oh. Chesties!
Another one of those resonance amplifiers.
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
We've got your back.
We got this covered.
Sure, here we go.
All right, number 2.
Can't get along.
Well, look at that.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlothan Forest before. As far as I know, it's never happened.
Could the Elven Gods be commanding the Darkspawn? Solus did say they were blighted.
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
And we'll stop them. Once we get out of this bubble.
That's damn right we're gonna
Let's
stop
get
them.
to that central
What's up,
temple.
Envy? Ooh, that was cool. Ba, 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 ba.
The wall looks weak here. More darkspawn, right where you broke that wall.
Yep, got it covered. Can I bring up the contextual menu here? I cannot. More? Right. You can absolutely play. Yeah.
Should be the last one.
That's a good question, Enigma. I'll read that out for everybody. So Enigma asked, I couldn't really get into Inquisition, but this game looks really fun. Would I be able to enjoy it without playing the previous games? Yes, because one of the things BioWare did was they designed this to be, it does have a story that ties back to the previous games, but you don't have to know it because it will be explained to you through the story of this game in a very natural way. And it's sort of an overarching callback to the things that happened before. If you've already played the previous games, when you hear those callbacks, you're like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's a nice thing, that's awesome, that's a cool Easter egg, oh wow, that's neat. But even if you haven't played the previous games, this is meant to be sort of a standalone new entry into... What's up? Okay. This is a standalone entry, Enigma, so you're good to go. So you don't have to have played the previous entries. If you have played the previous entries, there's Easter egg stuff, but you don't have to. It's definitely a standalone title. Envy says, I guess BioWare has confirmed new. Oh yeah, that was known for a long time, Envy. But yeah, the Rolling Stones interview they did confirmed for everybody. Apart from the press releases they've done and the investor reports that there has never been a DLC planned for this game. It has always been about going straight from here into the next Mass Effect. Pippin, where are you going, sweetie? Mommy brought you back in here and you're being naughty. Come here. You're going under the bed. Okay. You're welcome, Enigma.
Down. We're close. I can feel it.
Yeah, Mike, like when we did the Morrigan Mythra conversation, Mythal conversation, if you're a fan of the series, and you already knew what she was talking about, it was a much richer and deeper cutscene. But if you had never played the game before, it's a reveal. It's like, oh, so this is what happened leading up to this. Wow, that's so cool. Like, it's a reveal that is, it's also a reveal to the fans, but it's also a reveal that has, like, story points that we can connect to because we've played the previous games. So that's the beauty of it, is that it can be, it is standalone while also giving, you know, full service to the fans of the franchise who have been here since the beginning, because it's like going back to, you know, Morrigan's mother and being like, oh my god, what? I gotta say, so far, guys, I am enjoying the mage way more than the rogue. Yeah, that was the press release. I think it was yesterday, or the day before, Envy, the Mass Effect TV show. Which actually, their first press release against. She's under the bed. You'll have to check because she's not wanting to stay here in the chair. So I don't know if she's under there doing naughty things, licking her. Quita Lucas. Lucas, did you steal your sister's chair? The first announcement for the TV show came like 3 or 4 years ago, I think. And I think at one point Henry Cavill was attached.
This is where it was kept.
And now different people are attached. So it's been in development for several years now.
Or as the ancient elves called it, the Nodus Derthalin. It means the inevitability of knowledge.
Why is it called that?
Yeah, I don't want to use the other style, Darius. I know that some people will, but I just finished a 76-hour playthrough with the daggers on the rogue, and I have no desire to do the stab, stabbity stab thing again.
The inner sanctum. We're getting closer.
I'm definitely going to be enjoying a pure staff playthrough. It is much cooler to be at range for this playthrough. I love the diversity of just being like, oh, you're gonna charge me? I'm just gonna spray energy right in your face.
Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Well, here's the thing, Mike. Here's what I would say, because I've heard people who have had concerns about the fact that the writer attached is from Fast and Furious 9. Do you know who directed the Last of Us TV show? So the guy's name is Craig Mazin, and before he did the Last of Us TV show, he did Chernobyl, which was for HBO. But do you know what he did before Chernobyl? If anybody knows this, it's okay. You can put it in chat. Otherwise, I'll tell you here in a second. And this is why I would say I wouldn't worry too much about the writer of the Mass Effect show being from the Fast and Furious 9 film. Because here's the thing, before Craig Mazin did Chernobyl, award-winning HBO show, and before he did The Last of Us, award-winning HBO show, he worked on comedies. He did Scary Movie 3, Scary Movie 4, the superhero movie, Hangover Part 2, Hangover Part 3, and Identity Thief. It was all cheesy, slapstick comedy shit. That's all he had ever done. And then he changed and he did Chernobyl and Last of Us and has won shitloads of awards. So people can be very talented writers across multiple genres. And sometimes they're writing things because they're getting paid. They're getting a paycheck. I myself, with 20 million words of print, I have written in all sorts of genres. So I'm not worried about it, personally. Amazon has done great work with The Boys. They've done great work with the Fallout TV show. I have no qualms about them doing great work with the Mass Effect show. I say that not to contradict, but as a counter to anyone who might have concerns about, oh no, it's got the writer from Fast 9 attached. No, the Fast and Furious movies suck. Well, as Ludacris once said, If they sucked so bad, why do they keep making billions of dollars? I loved that Ludacris interview where he came out and said that he was, because somebody in the film is like, what do you have to say against the critics who say that the Fast and Furious franchise is just trash? And he's like, it's a billion-dollar franchise. When they stop making billions of dollars, they'll stop making them. Until then, it's kind of hard to call it trash when they keep making billions of dollars. And I was like, fair point, sir. Fair point. They're fast food, like, entertainment movies. I laugh every time we watch every single one of them, and they're always a joke. But that's part of why you watch them, is just to chuckle and be like, ah. Oh my god, they're gonna launch a car off of a bridge, and it's gonna have a rope attached to it. Yes, Luis, the Rings of Power, or excuse me, somebody else asked Rings of Power, I got sidetracked. The Fast and Furious movies are awesome. They're just good fun, and that's the thing, is people just gotta remember that they're there to be good fun, popcorn entertainment movies. They're not meant to be groundbreaking plot or anything like that. Anybody who has actually seen the Wheel of Time series or the Rings of Power series, Darius, if you've actually sat and watched them, there are definitely things that you could critique about both of those shows, especially the first seasons of both of those shows. And as a fan of the books, I can say that I was definitely critical of season 1 and season 2. Excuse me. I was definitely critical of season 1 of both of those shows, but season 2 of both of those shows have gotten considerably better, and are very well done. And the fact that they get renewed for more shows that they are absolutely quality television. And there may be a vocal minority of people who say critical things, and that's okay. But this is the same, it's the same conversations we see about things like this game. You'll see the people who have been from BioWare at the beginning. There's people like me who love all the BioWare games and who love this game. And then you have the people who say, not my Dragon Age. This isn't the same team who made the first 3 Dragon Age games. I'm not gonna like this game. It sucks because it's not the team that made the games that I love, and it's not my Dragon Age. Those are the same people who say things like Rings of Power. It's not my show. It's not Tolkien. Wheel of Time. It's not Wheel of Time. Nah. Meanwhile, Brandon Sanderson, by the way, who wrote the last 3 Wheel of Times books, has a very poignant essay that I like to point people towards about adaptations. And he talks about how, had I worked on the adaptation for Wheel of Time, I would have done things differently. But that means that when I watch this show, I can watch it from the eyes of a fan. And while I might have done things differently, I appreciate any and all adaptations. And I also recognize as an author that adaptations for television, theater, radio shows, movies, all need to be different. And that's what we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating the differences that make these adaptations unique. Because they're not meant to be one-for-one, blow-by-blow story retellings. They are adaptations for a reason, and you can't take the same thing. A good example of this is, look at the Peter Jackson films, right? For the 2 Towers. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli ran for days to catch up with the orcs across Rohan. They ran and 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 ran. It would have been absolute boring drivel to show them running forever and ever 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 in film. So they shorten that down and they make it a montage sequence to just get you in the headspace of they're running for a long distance without them actually needing to run that entire distance. That's what an adaptation does. It simplifies things that in book format make sense but don't make sense in a show format. And both the Wheel of Time and the Rings of Power have definitely done things differently than I would have done them, but they are nevertheless very good shows. First seasons for both of those shows were rough. Second seasons of both of those shows were phenomenal. I gave the first season of Rings of Power a 3 out of 10 as a Tolkien fan, but an 8 out of 10 as a generic fantasy show. Maybe a 7 out of 10. I think it was my wife who gave it an 8 out of 10. Second season, however, I gave it an 8 out of 10 as a Tolkien fan, which shows you how much better the second season of Rings of Power was. So Amazon creates thousands of shows, some of which are award-winning, some of which are not. But they also make things like Reacher, award-winning show. They also make things like The Man in the High Castle and The Boys and Rings of Power and Wheel of Time and etc. There's lots of different things that Amazon makes. And I would always, the one thing I always have in the back of my mind whenever anyone wants to criticize heavily any adaptation is, what have you created? Not you individually, anybody here in this chat, but like when I hear people critiquing things, I'm always like, well, what have you created? What IP have you created? Because I've created several IPs, and I can tell you that with my own IPs, I will adapt my own work heavily for different mediums, because that's how adaptations work. And a lot of times you'll hear fans say, but I don't agree, I don't accept it. I don't accept that version. You don't have to, but it doesn't change the fact that it is an official adaptation. Just as much as this is an actual Dragon Age game. Some people don't want to accept it. That's fine. It doesn't change the fact that it is, in fact, a Dragon Age game. Here's what I was looking for. I got sidetracked.
Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
Oh shit. Bad guys. Like a Dragon, but with English subtitles only. I haven't seen that one, Vibram. They also did, Netflix did Arcane, which is an award-winning animated television show based on the League of Legends world, which is phenomenal. I was not familiar with the League of Legends stuff until I watched Arcane, and I went, oh my god, this is freaking amazing. I don't want to play League of Legends because I don't like MOBA games, but I absolutely love the show. Love, love, love. And like, here's a good example of like Rings of Power as an example. In the show, they forged the rings out of order, according to the books. My wife has never read the books. She's never read the Silmarillion. She has no clue. She's never even read The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, and yet The Lord of the Rings are her favorite film franchise of all time. We watch it every year at Christmas time. She's actually been asking, when are we starting our annual watch through?
It's an archive spirit.
Chris watched Rings of Power season 2 and season 1. She gave like season 2 like a 9 out of 10. She absolutely loved it. It does not matter to her that they forged the rings out of order in the show because she doesn't know any better. Doesn't matter. But yet you'll have some random neckbeard superfan living in his basement who's like, no, that's not the way Tolkien wrote it. Die, Amazon, fucking die. And that doesn't do anybody any good, because as someone who has never read the books, it doesn't matter to my wife what order the rings were forged in. What matters is that the show was really awesome for her, and it brought her enjoyment, and it got her a connection. It gave her a personal connection to Middle-earth. And that, at the end of the day, is the only fucking thing that matters. The only fucking thing that matters. So, like, you can hate Wheel of Time, Rings of Power, you can hate Star Wars, all these things, but at the end of the day, all of these adaptations and shows and video games, they bring more people to the franchise, and that is never a bad thing. Never a bad thing. It's never a bad thing for people to find enjoyment in a source of entertainment. rant off. Okay. I never read the Witcher books, so I could give two shits about the lore of the Witcher. All I know is I loved the show. I loved the video games, and I loved the show with Henry Cavill in it. I have not watched... I don't know if they've even released the Liam Hemsworth stuff yet. I haven't watched it yet. I will watch it whenever it comes out. But it's not like on my list of priorities now at the moment because of other things. I much preferred Henry Cavill in the role, but it is what it is. He moved on, so he did 3 seasons, and I'm sure they will find a canonical reason for why his character changed, and I'm okay with that. That's their decision to make. I don't agree with anyone ever who says they didn't respect the writing, because that is the same approach that people have taken with Rings of Power. It's the same approach that people have taken with the Disney Star Wars, and I flat out don't agree with anybody who ever says that. I just don't agree. When anybody says they didn't respect the writing, I just don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all, because no showrunner and no company goes into a show with the intent to disrespect the source material. They have an adaptation in their mind. It might be different than your adaptation. It might be different than my adaptation. It doesn't mean they're being disrespectful to the writing. It means that their adaptation is different. And that's a hard nut for some people to crack. Some people can't get past their own ego in that equation. They're like, no, this is my interpretation. I demand that they do it this way. And I always say, well, when you get the money and you get the budget and you can work your way up to being a showrunner, you can do your version of things. Until then, all you can do is watch the adaptations that other people put out. And you can agree or disagree with the way they did things, but you don't get to say that they disrespected it, because, and these aren't my words, by the way. You should go read Raymond Feist, who wrote the Rift Wars saga, has a great, and I quote him on this, he has a great Facebook post on how no showrunner and no writer, showrunner, company sets out to disrespect the source material. What they have in their mind is a different interpretation. So it's never disrespectful. It's just different than what we all have in our head. Okay. George King says, I bought the game because of your playthrough. Started last night. It's fun, but kind of hard on the CPU.
So we take it and we're good, right?
I'm playing it on the Xbox, so I don't know what the GPU, CPU you've got.
It's a lot trickier than that.
As if darkspawn demons and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
People leave shows all the time because of creative differences. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna crucify Netflix, you know. They have a show that's doing well, and the lead actor decided he didn't like the way a certain thing was being done. We still don't know what went on behind the scenes. All we know is that he left. And we do know that when Henry Cavill was at the beginning, he was like, I'm in this for 7 seasons, and then after 3 seasons, he's like, I'm out. So we can summarize and we can theorize that something happened behind the scenes. It is what it is. Like, creative differences happen all the time on shows and movies. I can also tell you, having gone through game development, there are definitely creative differences that happen in game dev. They're creative. Anytime there's more than one person in the room, there's going to be creative differences on projects. It is what it is. Mike says, if the show's good, I'll watch it no matter who plays Geralt. You're right. The best lore explanation for changing actors has always been Doctor Who. That is a perfect example. Darius says, not to mention for movies, there's a time constraint, but thankfully there's director's editions on DVDs, which allow for extra footage, which is the only, that's by the way, I only watch the extended editions of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings films. I don't watch I have not seen the theatrical versions since they came out in theaters. I have only ever watched the extended editions.
So, what makes this tricky?
If I remove
because
the
that's my
artifact the way
head
I
canon.
usually do it, it'll explode.
Mostly just because there's
Take
more
out
stuff there and I
half
like
of
more.
Arleth and
More is
Wicket.
better.
Good news is, I think I can shove
By the way, I like the
energy
mage more
somewhere
than the
else.
rogue, yes.
Okay, here we go.
The Witcher the new seasons of which have not released yet. Cool.
The way
But
the
I'm totally
magic
looking
is
forward to Henry
pulsing.
Cavill taking on
I've
the
never seen
Highlander
this
series.
before.
That's gonna be fun. It's from the team behind the John
It's
Wick
almost
movies.
like it's breathing.
Get ready, kids.
Ogre! That's an ogre!
Oh, it's a great art style, Luis.
But it's like Pixar Disney animation.
I laugh. I laugh when I hear those comments. I need to add something so I can get a primer and detonator. Ow! Oh, I was able to stun him. Not with that one, though. I love how I'm doing fire damage now because I got a new staff. Ooh, what's my ultimate? Come here. Oh, big ray of fire to the face. That's the rumor, Driprom. We still don't know for sure.
Ogre today.
That's the theory.
Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world.
Because as
Just
a
one of those
professional,
days.
he never said why, and he shouldn't. He doesn't need to. Nor do the people at Netflix need to say why.
Let's
Because in the professional world, whether you're a musician or an actor or an artist or whatever, there could be creative differences and the parties just go their separate ways. Everybody made money. It is what it is. Like, people, fans want to make more out of it than it really is.
That's good.
Because of various emotions attached to it. But from a professional standpoint, shit happens.
What does that
Everybody got
crystal
paid.
do?
Everybody still won at the end of the day.
Powered.
It's like
Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's
Stuart
why these
Townsend
things still work thousands of
played
years later.
Aragorn. And they were shooting with him for weeks before Viggo Mortensen got brought on in Peter Jackson's adaptation of Lord of the Rings. Yeah, he went a different way because they decided he wasn't working out for him. He was too young. He just didn't feel right. He still got paid. You know? Creative differences.
Well,
it is what it is.
I am the Nada Stirthalan.
Right. I have questions.
I am the Nada Stirthalan. What do you...
Where'd the spirit go? The Nodus Stirthalan, I mean?
It went back into the crystal, but the crystal's broken. Until I fix it. It's kind of my thing, fixing magical stuff.
Do you know why he wasn't in there though? Dribrom? Have you heard Peter Jackson talk about why he didn't have Tom Bombadil in the movie?
Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp.
Yeah, Eric Stoltz as exactly Darius. Eric Stoltz was Michael J. Fox's character in Back to the Future and had shot several weeks of film and they had to go back and reshoot. I think it was even several months of film and they had to reshoot. You've not heard him talk about it, Dribom. Okay, so this is great. It's either on the extended edition DVD reel or it's in an interview. Peter Jackson has said on the record the reason he didn't include Tom Bombadil in the film is because his version of the Lord of the Rings films is boiled down into one concept: getting the ring to Mordor. That's the journey of the hobbits. The journey of the hobbits taking the ring to Mordor. Anything that wasn't a part directly of moving the ring to Mordor didn't need to be included in the film. And Tom Bombadil doesn't move the ring to Mordor. Tom Bombadil is a pit stop for lore because he was an important part of Tolkien's legendarium, but he did not have anything to do with moving the ring to Mordor, nor was any of the Old Forest content in terms of moving the ring to Mordor. So it got left on the cutting room floor because it didn't fit into the story arc that they had designed for their Lord of the Rings trilogy, which was what is the core essence of the hobbits taking the ring to Mordor across those 3 films. That's what gets included. And so that's the beauty of adaptations, because if I was the one who was doing the editing, I would also have left Tom Bombadil out of the adaptation. As much as I love Tom Bombadil as a character, I would not have included him if I was the person creating a film series. Now, if I was doing a show, if I was given the budget to run a TV show, and I was allowed to do 10 to 12 episodes per season across, say 5 seasons, Tom Bombadil would make an appearance for 1 episode. Yes, but the swords aren't important. That's the thing. They're not part of the ring getting to Mordor. I would urge you to go watch that interview, because it's a very, I don't want to argue because I know people have feelings about things. I would urge you to go watch, because he will articulate it way better than I can because I'm remembering and paraphrasing. But Peter Jackson has a very good interview where he talks about why he didn't include Tom Bombadil in the story arc, and I agree with him 100%. I need to find out, where do I want to put my points? So we have Deathcaller. No, I don't want to be... And I don't want to be Spellblade. I'm assuming I'm going to work towards Evoker. Trained on the streets of Menrathus, the Shadow Dragon Evoker uses ice to control the battlefield and delivers powerful magical attacks. So that's an ice build. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Winter. Storm. Because I could tell you another thing is, like, when I've mentioned this before on the streams, I was very upset when I went to see Fellowship of the Ring and Glorfindel was not at the ford. And I was like, what the fuck, Peter Jackson? What is this bitch Arwen doing at the ford? This did not happen in the books. I was also 21 at the time, and I didn't have the maturity I have as a 45-year-old. But then when I watched all 3 of the movies and I understood the power of the relationship and the on-screen chemistry between Viggo Mortensen and Liv Tyler, and I saw that relationship arc play out, especially in the extended editions. I weep every time I watch those films, and I applaud Peter Jackson and his team for not having Glorfindel at the ford and for having Arwen instead, because oh my god, it works so well at infusing and bringing that relationship to the forefront of that film franchise. And it works in the film so well because it does bring the power of that relationship out on screen and the chemistry of those actors working together. And it feels so good to me as a person. So even though my gut reaction the first time I saw the film was nerd rage, like no, it's not Glorfindel, how dare they? Then over time I've gone, oh my god, wow, I'm glad Arwen was at the ford, and that's so powerful of seeing how that works. There is a new Lord of the Rings game in the works, envy from Amazon, a new MMO. So I have that. I have that. Mind Blast. Hold all LB and tap. Yeah, that sounds good. Sustaining range attack gradually increases damage after the launch up to a maximum of 3 seconds. That's interesting. I think I want this right here, though. That sounds really cool. Oh, I missed the part where you said you knew about the MMO one. There are multiple projects in the works, Envy, ever since the Enforcer group bought Middle-earth Enterprises. Nah, I don't care about the lightning, but it does apply overwhelm. Applies weakened. God, if I go this route, how long is it going to be before I get an actual primer? Death Frost. So I'm gonna get Ice Blast, Dark Squall, Chain Lightning, Tempest. I think I want to stick to. I mean, the thing is Nev does cold. I'm probably never gonna have Nev with me except for missions where I have to take her because I want this to be Tash. Envy says, do you think I'll finish the playthrough before Stalker 2? It is the objective. I have 11 days, I think. And I did my first playthrough in 8 days? 9 days? What's up, gentlemate? Mike says, have there ever been a movie, TV show, or video game that's considered better than the book source material? I would argue that the Harry Potter films are better than the books. For me. I like the books a lot, but I love the films, and I'm really looking forward to the HBO TV adaptation. I have to make some hard decisions here. I really don't know. I kind of want to go up. Like, I definitely want to do the Evoker line. So, but I also want to do cold. The control line I like a lot. So I'm just going to have to, I'm probably just going to work my way up here first. I'm just not going to get any primers. Unless I go over here and I get this first. And I take the primer. See, that's at the burst, though. All right. What's up, Mika? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about that too much because I went Veil Jumper and I don't care about romancing her this time around, so I don't think I'm going to have Neb in my party other than... So my current in my head canon, the party that I want to have with me is going to be Tash and Lucanus. I want those two with me as often as possible. Because that gives me the fighter, rogue, mage trio. So that's my current headcanon of the 3 prime characters. Obviously, I will take the other characters as often as I need to for their main quests, but I'm mostly just interested in getting to those characters. So I have Tash, Lucanus, and myself.
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veil Jumper camp.
Also, Mike, I want to circle back to what you said a minute ago. Has there ever been a movie, TV show, or video game that's considered better than the book source material? So I'm going to use my wife as an example. She will probably never read the Lord of the Rings books. Those books are 100 years old, or close to. We're closing in. They'll be 100 years old soon enough.
Wounded, 16 on
Very
bed
soon,
rest,
actually, if
and
I'm not mistaken.
some of our most experienced fighters are still missing.
The way those are written,
Running out of Veil Jumpers.
it's like Shakespeare.
Whatever's going on out there, it's
in the
scary.
sense that the language is very antiquated and, you know, it's beautiful, but it's also antiquated. I think that Peter Jackson's films, for someone like my wife, are absolutely a better way to consume Lord of the Rings, to absorb that knowledge, to enjoy that world. I don't think that she ever needs to worry about reading the books, because I think that those films are good enough that for someone like her, who doesn't have a ton of time to read, and she will never be able to read those in the original language that they were written in, because her native language is Spanish.
You're back.
She would never be able to get, not because she's stupid, but because she doesn't speak English as her first language, so she's never going to understand.
Like things have
Hell,
gotten a lot worse
I don't
since we left.
understand sometimes some of the English language euphemisms and things that Tolkien put in his books, because he wrote 100 years before I was born.
Already. We ran into Darkspawn
So for
too,
someone like my wife,
near the Nodus Derthalin.
Wait,
that
you
I
found the
think
Nodus
is a good
Darthalin?
example of how
The
a
Archive
film
Spirit?
adaptation can be
We
better
could
than the
ask it
books
about the
for
gods.
certain people.
Figure out their next move.
Whatever information that archive spirit has.
Yeah, Darius,
we
look at how
aren't
many
getting it.
adaptations we've
It's
had
broken.
of
Luckily,
Shakespeare.
we already know what to do next. Find Elgranon and Gillinan.
And I would argue
and
that all of the
stop whatever they're
adaptations of
planning on doing.
Shakespeare are better than the
Easier
plays.
said than done.
Especially
Elusive,
Kenneth Branagh's
even
stuff.
for gods.
There are signs of their presence all over Arlathan, but no one's seen them yet.
So that's it? 2 gods are running around your forest and you can't find them?
Well, the next time you decide to unleash ancient horrors on us, maybe we'll...
Demetus Crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demetus Crossing. We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
You mean 4? You're not leaving me behind.
You were just wounded. We can...
You'll have to tie me up to keep me here.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good.
Rook.
But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demetus Crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Try not to die. Or make
Try
things worse.
not to die.
And Rook.
Yeah?
Watch your back.
Could we really be at war with
Okay,
our own
we'll
gods?
need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
We aren't prepared.
I would also argue that the Rocky Horror Picture Show, as a film, is a much better piece of material than the stage version and the play as it was originally written. So Tim Curry did the theater version before he did the film version, and I think the film version is way better than the stage version and the play that was originally written. I think that's another good example of something that was way better than the source material.
Bits and bobs for just the right price.
Well, I'll give you my bits and bobs, lady. Let's do the time warp again.
Okay then. Try not to die, eh, Rook?
Thanks for caring.
Bubbalini says big words in reviews are like applied black magic. If you use anything but says review anything but pepper it with 2 or 3 words that will send readers to the dictionary, and the readers will hate it and not even know why.
Sounds like a lot happened here.
What hasn't happened? This area is where Tevinter Magisters destroyed Arlethan City centuries ago. Whole lot of blood magic during the war.
And
blood
now?
Magic.
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again. The old blood magic from the war, it never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air, ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed, and now it's bleeding again.
We got it.
Oh, I'm gonna drown. I'm sure if I sat down too, that's an intriguing concept. Like if I sat down and thought about like all of the adaptations I've seen over the years that are better than books, I bet I could come up with like 20 or 30. And I say that as someone who used to read voraciously in my youth. However, there are just as many adaptations that are bad. Like if you've never seen the Dragonlance animated film that had Kiefer Sutherland and Lucy Lawless and a bunch of other big name actors attached, it's a very, very bad adaptation. It's not good. It's not good. And I wanted it to be good because I love Dragonlance. Also, the first D&D film with Jeremy Irons is so fucking atrocious. I remember I walked into the theater, and I went into the theater completely, I would like sat in my truck and had a spliff before I went in, and I was in the right frame of mind to really enjoy a D&D movie. And I came out of that theater going, oh my god, that was a horrific piece of garbage. And thank their gods that the new one they just did with Chris Pine was actually really damn good and a lot of fun, because the Jeremy Irons one was bad. So bad. And the two movies they did after that, direct to DVD, that followed, and they were also very. I've seen them, and they were bad.
Rook, you ready to go?
No, I'm actually not
Howdy.
playing on the
You
PS5.
sure you're
I'm
up
playing
for
on the
this?
Xbox, guys.
I'm fine. I need to get back in the fight.
Then let's go.
Kind of like Nick Cage, Mike. Jeremy Irons is one of those guys that just, he loves to act, and I think he's very unhappy if he's not acting, so he just goes and he does everything. And he's been in some phenomenal movies, and he's been in some really bad movies. He's given some amazing performances, and he's given some really bad performances.
I've never seen fog this thick in Demetta's Crossing.
Also, what was the guy from the Kung Fu TV show? He was in Kill Bill. The one of the Carradine brothers, David Carradine. Another one of those actors that was,
This isn't right.
working
The dog
alcoholic,
usually has
and
people
unless he was
bringing
acting,
goods
he
to
was
market,
drinking, and so he just tried to
bartering and
act to keep
shouting.
himself out of trouble. And
It's
what
always
he ends up
busy.
dead in a Thailand.
Something happened
He ends
here.
up dead in a Bangkok hotel, strangulated,
Stay sharp.
From self, basically getting freaky and getting his freak on with escorts, and died of strangulation. It's just some, he did a lot of good stuff, but he did a lot of bad stuff, but really bad films. Yeah, Michael Caine is another good example.
So quiet.
Too quiet.
Where is everybody?
Ah! It feels so satisfying to just burn shit down as a patient. I'm gonna have so many crafting resources on this character compared to my rogue, because I was ignoring all this shit on my rogue because I had to run up to it, And here I can just burn it from a distance. Well, I guess you run out of mana eventually. Boo. By the way, I'm hoping we can speed up mana regeneration through points at some point. Oh, but this also works.
It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread. But everything's just abandoned.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
To keep something out?
No, to keep something in.
It's blight. Even worse than in the forest.
No one gets out. No exceptions. We'll be rewarded. Us. Everyone has to stay.
Someone used powerful magic to dominate the minds of these villagers.
The town square. We need to search for survivors.
Let's see what we can find. Fan out.
Chesty. By the way, my first playthrough, I left the mayor, and when I saw him again later on in the game, it was really amazing.
This is Adeline. I knew her.
So we're gonna try something
She was
different
a
this time
farmer.
around.
Sold spices
Knowing what
to
I know.
us, the best in Arlevin. I can't believe this happened.
This blight is weird.
Ever seen anything like it?
Never. Blight's usually dead, static, but this is alive.
Sean Connery did a lot of bad movies too. Also a lot of good movies, but he did a lot of bad movies.
Stay sharp.
Over there. 2 more survivors.
2 more survivors.
Hey, what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers. Bring them to the mayor.
They're talking about Jahel and Milva.
They said bring them to the mayor. If we find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your friends.
Why were they looking for veil jumpers? What did the mayor want with them? More people.
Must round up everyone.
Must get them inside.
We be rewarded.
Loading screen.
Milva!
Another veil jumper.
Laura!
Juicy.
Jahel! He's alive!
Bellara.
I've never even
We're
heard of
going to
those,
help
Mike.
you.
The Mythicus
We'll get you
series
down,
of movies
Jahel.
with Matt Mercer.
Listen. The gods.
I know I saw his
gods have
take on
returned.
oh, it wasn't
I saw
Pokemon. It
them.
was Dragon
I
Ball
heard their
Z, maybe a
voices.
Dragon Ball Z parody.
The gods
It
did
was
this?
really bad. It was like one of his early
A blood ritual.
But
to
also
release the
Felicia Day. Have you
blight.
ever seen
In the villagers, they said they needed power. Bellara.
I'm trying to remember the name of the YouTube show she was on before she got famous with Geek and Sundry. The Legend of Neil, where she plays the horny fairy who's always trying to fuck the main protagonist, and he's a creep who comes into the like he literally is like strangling himself with a Nintendo cord while jacking off to Zelda and gets transported into the world of Zelda. It's a messed up web TV show from like when all those people were getting famous on YouTube. It's so hilarious, but also not for kids. And Felicia Day's character is not nice. It's just a bad acting all around. But they were getting paid. You know? That's how all their careers got going.
Help me! Hurry!
Our first big dragon.
Here?
Off was catch of the day.
No! 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 Please!
Hey!
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
Technically, Manfred does have lines later on. I've got some YouTube shorts that I cut out today that I'll be publishing over the next couple of days of the later stage of Manfred. It's quite amazing. Very cute character. Alive! Dunno!
I know you. You're the mayor of this town.
The village. The people. Are they,
blighted. Dead. All of them.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head, infecting my thoughts. They made me do it.
They made me do it.
Help me.
They offered me coin, but they made me do it.
You betrayed your own town.
No, I didn't. I was tricked, manipulated. I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the Veil Jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gilnenane's new creation.
The glory of all.
Showed me gold. So much gold.
All this for gold? The villagers, the Veil Jumpers, the Blight's everywhere. Demeter's Crossing is dead because of your greed.
I didn't know. You don't understand what it was like to hear those voices.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The Blight everywhere. What if the dragon comes back?
If we let you go, you'll run straight back to the gods.
They were in his head. Their influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Rook?
So I left him there the first time.
Let's get him out of there.
What? This entire village is dead because of him.
I know.
Then why spare him?
Because our fight is with Elgranon and Gillenane, not people like him.
Thank you.
I didn't ask for your gratitude.
Really,
Then,
Mike? That's cool.
If I may offer some advice, steel yourself. I felt their power. The promises they make, it's irresistible.
Then try harder next time. Don't make me regret saving you.
Yes, of course. But you should be worried about the rest of the world. Or this will be our future.
The Fade had opened, and the gods were free. Thanks to Solus, they'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods, all gone. But they still had the power of the Blight, and corrupting a village was just the start.
Just the beginning.
They made plans to tap more of the Blight. All of it, to rebuild their empire. As a path to power, it had its costs. And everyone would pay for it.
I went with the Veil Jumpers faction, Darius. I went with Lords of Fortune for my first. But this character is an elf, so I figured it made sense to have them be an explorer. By the way, guys, have you seen the? I don't want to name who it is because I don't want to call them out specifically, but I do have to chuckle about this part of the. Did you guys see the review of Dragon Age Veilguard with the person who put the game on easy mode and then closed their eyes and did combat and then ranted about how bad the combat was in the game? I'm just want to know if you guys saw that.
Did you find our scouts?
No
They're
names
dead.
if you have seen
I'm
it.
sorry.
I just want to know if you've seen it.
Elgranon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
Because, by the way, that's not how you review a
Creators.
game.
What about the rest of the village?
The ritual spread blight everywhere.
It was funny, but also...
The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Having just finished the game
Algernon
on
and
the normal
Gilliman used them like
difficulty and having
puppets.
died many, many, many times, I was just like, come on, that's not fair. That is not fair.
I dare say it was a show of force.
Because you can literally put this game
They
in
will
God
not
mode
rest until you are on your knees.
if you want to
fearful,
and not die,
cowering,
and it's great that
helpless
BioWare
in the
gave that
face of
agency to
such
players.
power.
Lady Morrigan?
But it can also be
'Tis
super
simply
complex
Morrigan to you,
with
Scout
like Nightmare
Harding.
mode,
What a pleasure
where you
to
take
see
one
you
hit
again.
and you die.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance. I thought she could help.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about ancient magic than anyone, except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now. Stopping Elganon and Gillinane shall require many hands.
Then I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
What can you tell us about all this?
As dangerous as Solus himself may be, his imprisonment of the gods was just. To leave them unchecked would have been the very end of Thedas.
Not if we stop it first.
Nothing wrong with
the
that,
confidence
Kathy.
of youth. You shall need a good deal more of it.
That's why they gave
I
God
suppose you
mode.
have some advice?
Because if someone like my wife
Set
were to try to
aside
play
your
this game,
notions
she
of
would.
godhood
She doesn't.
and
She
see
doesn't know how to
them for
play
the
video
ancient,
games.
powerful
So button
mages
mashing
they
is like
are.
not her thing.
Standing against them shall require
So it's great that there
serious
is an
magic
option to turn it
of
on
your
easy
own.
mode
When you
and
interrupted
put
the
God
Dread
mode
Wolf's
on and
ritual,
not have
did
to
you
worry about
happen
death.
across any of the tools he used?
He had a dagger, but it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his, well, he calls it the lighthouse.
Ah, yes, the legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Illuvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Illuvian of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlethan.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it, even. I know Illuvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If Illuvians even work the same way, all the magic is different now. Our gods are back. Our gods! And they're killing people and blinding the world. How do we stand up against that?
We don't have a choice here. We stand against the gods however we can. Because if we don't, nobody else will. You get the Illuvian fixed at the lighthouse. We'll find the dagger. Let's figure out our next moves after that. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times
Yeah,
in
Mike,
which
I usually
legends
play
are
my games
born
on story mode the
or
first time.
slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever
I think this is the
assistance
first.
I
I
am
think
able.
this is the first game
Right.
I've played on this
Let's move.
channel. Pretty sure this is the first game I've ever played where I didn't play it on story mode my first run through. Starfield, story mode. Cyberpunk, story mode. Path of Exile, or excuse me, Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2, story mode. Assassin's Creed, Odyssey, Valhalla, story mode. Baldur's Gate 3, story mode. I always play games on story mode, but I felt compelled because the combat here looked really cool. I was like, I'm going to play this on normal mode first. I don't think I'll do that ever again. I think I'm going to stick to my story mode first. It was an entertaining experiment, but I definitely felt overly challenged on adventure mode. Like, what did we just play before this that I was struggle bussing with, and I was frustrated because they didn't have, God, I play too many damn games.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done.
Oh, no roll to turn 'em. I got pissed. For those of you who were watching that, when I had to do the big bad boss fight at the end of the main story for the base game, Isabella, like I died like 9 times on stream and I was ready to just quit. I was ready to just, nope, I don't want to do her anymore. I didn't want to do it. I wanted to go on and do other things, and the game wouldn't let me. It's like, no, you don't get to go to the next stage of the quest unless you defeat this boss. And it's like, there's no adjustable difficulty because it's an MMO. And it's like, this fucking sucks. Like, I was ready to not play anymore because that's my level of frustration when I hit combat that I can't. Because I don't have 20-year-old reactions. Like, I'm not a 20-year-old kid. And I'm not a Twitch-based gamer. I'm not here to be, like, jumping around and trying to button mash as quickly as I can. And I hate precision games. That's why I don't play Elden Ring or Dark Souls games, you know? I got really frustrated with New World Eternum at that particular fight. Because it was not fun to die over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And yes, it felt great when I beat that fight eventually, but I would never put myself through that ever again.
I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
You don't know that. All you have are guesses.
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
We shouldn't be at each other's throats.
I'm not.
Yeah, what's a
Nev,
reaction time, Kathy? I totally
not.
get you.
I
My
don't blame
thumb
you.
gets fatigued from
Or
the
Rook.
thumbstick. This trigger
Or
finger
anyone.
gets tired from
So just
constantly
yourself.
pulling the trigger. When I
How's
found out
that
that I could
working
turn
out?
the console onto
Tried to
turn-based
stop the
mode
world
and I
from
could
being
just tap
swallowed
that
by
and pause the
chaos, and
game,
now
I was
it
like,
might be swallowed by
I was
chaos,
60 hours into the game before I
Elven
figured
gods
that out.
escaped from their prison. Solace is in your head, and we're scrambling
And I was like,
to
that's a
figure out
game
what to
changer for
do.
me because I was getting tired
And
of like
Varric.
holding the RB button
Varric knew
down
the risks.
in the middle of
He
combat.
knew what it might cost.
We're still standing. The fight's not
Not
over.
to mention, this is the finger where
You
I
know,
pulled the tendon
I like
off
that about you, Lace.
everything
You don't
last
stop
summer, so
fighting.
it's still
you push
not
for answers
100%.
and action, while I can get stuck on questions forever.
That's the other thing I don't like
Well,
about the PlayStation controller.
We need
As
someone who
cool
can
as
put
the
the
haptic
pieces of the
feedback
puzzle
is,
together. We're fighting
like
the
I
unknown.
often turn it off if I'm playing longer sessions.
Everyone
I'll turn
has
the
a part
haptic
to
feedback
play.
off because it just
Varric brought
fatigues
us
my
together
fingers.
because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could
Arthritis.
rely on. We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And rely on each other.
Correct,
I think I
Mike.
can manage that.
Then let's find Solace's dagger. It'll be a start.
I think the only time that I enjoy it is like we do raid in World of Warcraft on Saturdays, once a week, 2 hours a week, and we play on normal mode, so it's nothing super sweaty or anything else, and there is challenge to it. But I find the fun there is not. I'm not beating my head against the wall by myself. I'm doing it with 20 other people, and we're all having fun and joking throughout it. And it's the camaraderie and the team effort that's fun about those encounters. But I don't like doing it outside of that setting. I have zero enjoyment in failing. Especially on a live stream. It's like, it's not fun to fail on a live stream. And I remember one time, it's one of the few times I've agreed with Asmongold on something. He was playing, I forget what game it was, but he was talking about it because he was playing a game and he was failing miserably. And he finally was just like, I'm done, guys. I'm not going to do this anymore. And some of the community members like, oh, loser, pussy, all that stuff. And he's like, you know what, guys? The thing is,
Look,
like, I'm not
I
having
can feel
fun.
lingering magic. Powerful
And if I'm not
magic.
having fun, I don't
The
want to be on
dagger
the
was
stream.
here.
Like, I want to be
Something
streaming because I'm
took
having
it.
fun. And if I'm not having fun on the stream, like, that's not why I'm here. And also, it's not entertaining to watch somebody slam their head against the wall over and over and over and over and over and struggle bust to figure something out. And games that are super complex to learn are not necessarily things that are highly entertaining to watch when the person who is playing is having a hard time figuring out what's going on. Now, some people get enjoyment out of that because they're like, look at the loser, he sucks. I figured this out in 5 seconds. But that's not why I want to stream. I don't want to be streaming with those types of people celebrating my
Darkspawn.
failure.
Oh no, what if it took the dagger?
Only one way to find out.
What's up, Kyle?
Look, there it goes.
I'm genuinely curious what's going to happen when I circle back around here in the late game, because the first time when I did the mayor, I left him in that tangle and he became blighted, and I had to fight him as a boss mob. So I'm really curious how that's going to work out now that I saved it
Big
this time
dark
around.
spawn coming right at us.
I don't have any primers at the moment. Did I not have Harding set up to do... Oh, I need to change Harding's abilities. I probably can't in the middle of combat, can I? Nope. Yep, I cannot change during combat.
We have to go after that ghoul. Let's get this gate open.
Oh, I shot
Look up
that
there.
too soon.
That magical device.
Been good, Kyle. Another day. We're on to the second playthrough now. Mike said I saw a streamer spending 2 streams and about 10 hours just trying to beat the last boss. Yeah, I've seen some people who have like body counts, like attempts in the hundreds to kill a certain boss, and in that game in particular. And I'm like, there's no, not for me. If I can't do something in 2 or 3 tries, it's no longer fun for me, and I'm ready to move on and do something else. God, look at those views.
Good work. Let's keep on the trail.
Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follows, guys. By the way, let's do a commercial break, everybody. If you're new to the channel, welcome aboard. Daily streams happen on YouTube and Twitch because I multi-stream every single day at around 9 a.m. Usually I try to start as close to 8 a.m. as I can, but sometimes it's 9 a.m.
Solus's dagger is special.
So between 8 and 9
They
a.m.
might
Central.
have been drawn to it.
We go for 6 to 8 hours every single day. This is the day job. In between the live streams, I publish a lot of game guides, discussion videos, reviews, and beyond over on YouTube. And I also have a brand new channel dedicated to my movie reviews, book reviews, and TV show reviews, which I used to have on this channel, on this YouTube channel, but those are now split off on their own thing. I'll be starting the new reviews over there with Dune Prophecy and Silo Season 2 on November 15th. So I've already linked that a couple of times in chat for people. Pay attention over on YouTube, and in Discord you'll get links to those as they go live, but I'll be starting to do those new shows once those come out, and I review movies that I watch with my wife. There's a lot of stuff on this existing YouTube channel. I have a film playlist, a science fiction and fantasy TV show playlist, but all that stuff is migrating over to the new channel. This is my day job. I've been doing this full-time for 2.5 years, so if you like what you see here today, there's about 7,000 videos of the YouTube channel with a lot of different games over the years. And after this, we'll be playing Stalker 2 on November 20th, Star Wars DLC for Star Wars Outlaws, which will be the 21st, and then we're working our way towards Indiana Jones and the Great Circle in December, followed by new Arc Line, Early Access, and the Path of Exile. Oh, I said Path of Exile Early Access in December. We'll probably be doing the Greedfall 2 Early Access at some point as well. So, a little bit of everything, and as Mike says, yeah, there's something for everyone.
More darkspawn coming out of those pools.
Hang on, it says out of range. Yeah, we roasted him down nicely. Ooh, there's two. Oh, that was a nice roasty toasty. Oh, that's a close-up. Okay. Oh, you can move it! I didn't know you could move your...
dagger?
I don't think these Darkspawn took it.
I didn't know you could
Let's
move your
keep looking.
ultimate, so you could literally aim it as it's blasting out that ray of fire. That's wicked. No, Yano, this has nothing to do with New World. It's nothing like New World. It's completely different than New World. New World is an MMO. This is a single-player RPG with a party system. You're welcome. Oh, there's a gate I gotta figure out how to get past.
Over there, our dagger thief.
More blight in the way.
How am I getting to that chest up there? Never mind, I think it just answered my question. By the way, guys, I think the difficulty that I'm playing on right now, I enjoy much more than just like normal story mode. Like story mode is like, for me personally, story mode is really easy, and you kill everything with like 1 or 2 hits. This is one step below the normal mode and one step above story mode, and it feels good for me. And that's one of the things I love about what they've done here with the player agency. It's like things need a few hits, but it doesn't feel like overly challenging. And unlike many CRPGs, this game doesn't have you killing rats for the first quest areas. That's awesome. Dude, I've got video footage on my TikTok of when Chris and I first moved in here. So we have woods behind our property that are full of iguanas. And like, we'd only been here for maybe a couple of months. And there's a big mango tree and the leaves over arc into our property. And all the blossoms were falling down. And they're these pink blossoms that have seeds in them. And the iguanas were coming down out of the trees to eat all these blossoms. And there was like a herd of like 20 iguanas in our backyard, ranging from like 2-footers up to a couple that are like 5 feet long. There's some massive iguanas that live up in the trees around here. And literally, Chris and I were outside with a stick and a rake, like chasing these iguanas out of our backyard. And every time we've tried to plant a garden, we have problems. Every time we try to plant trees, we have problems. Obviously, our backyard looks very nice now after 2.5 years, but it's a fight every spring through the summer because they will come down around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and they will just try to decimate your greenery for about 3-4 hours in the heat of the day when you don't want to be outside because it's too hot, but they love it. But it's like being, I have a video about it, and I've joked about, you know, I feel like I'm a level 1 adventurer in an MMO because I'm out in my backyard with a stick trying to kill lizards. They're not rats, but it's the same damn thing, man. Just trying to beat them off with a stick. double XP against iguanas, says Phantom. Exactly. I tell you what, I've gotten mastery against iguanas now, so I do double damage now. I've had to beat him enough with a stick that I've got a little bit of mastery over him. Hang on, how come I can't get up here? What am I missing? There we go. Yeah, oh, that's apparently not the way we're getting at. That's because I got turned around. Custom difficulty, yes. Custom difficulty is exceptional. I did a video the other day on the customization and accessibility options in this game, which I think are second to none. And I think it's going to become a gold standard for companies moving forward of being like, hey, we need to make our game as accessible as Dragon Age Veilguard did. The God mode alone, when I saw that girl weeping on TikTok because she was finally able to kill a boss mob without having to worry about button mashing and precision, I was like, that's how you know BioWare won the battle. Like, because they've given players so much agency that people can control their gameplay and have the exact experience that they want. Do I know where I'm going because I did it before, Angus? No. Are you kidding me? I get turned around all the time. I get sidetracked because I'm talking to people and I'm not paying attention to chat, so I'll be like yapping and just running my character around. Next thing I know, I'm over in a corner somewhere completely lost. Ah! Maybe shouldn't have done that. I have to kill another. Oh, it's right there. I do need to do it. No Man's Sky, Starfield as well. Starfield has added a bunch of customization options.
I mean, it's gross.
But I still think that this has way more. Like the God mode alone is really cool. Oh, we have another one of those people. So over on YouTube, somebody just left a comment on the Power of Storytelling video from this morning. It says it's a problem that BioWare felt it was so important to shoehorn identity politics into this game and turned off half of its potential audience. What a bad business decision. This person is exactly who we said was going to be triggered by that video. Because Tash's storyline is completely dependent upon whether or not you play it through. Forced, shoehorned, Tash's storyline is optional. You don't have to play her storyline. So if you start the game and you only know her as a dragon hunter, that's all she ever is. She doesn't become non-binary unless you choose to participate in that storyline. That is neither shoehorned nor forced. That is a beautiful storyline of someone discovering their identity. That is a very personal journey if you choose to take it with Tash, which we did the other day, and we're going to be doing it again with this character because I'm going to be romancing Tash with this character. Phantom X says, just purchased and downloaded the game after your first gameplay. I am ready to begin my first gameplay. Phantom, I applaud you. You're going to have a lot of fun, man. This is a great game. I'm responding to this. Oh, the game's doing very well, Nuno. Anybody who claims that it's doing poorly doesn't actually know how game sales work, and etc. Their studio is not dependent upon one game. They're already off to the next project working on Mass Effect, which has always been the plan. By the way, we have not published yesterday's video yet. That's getting published after I finish the stream today. We are publishing the... We did this yesterday morning if you weren't here for it. Dragon Age is a failure because it's not going to have a DLC. Dragon Age the Veilguard is a failure because it doesn't have a DLC is the name of that title. And I think it was Mistra who was here yesterday said, well then by that logic, Baldur's Gate 3 is a failed game because it doesn't have a DLC. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a failed game because it doesn't have a DLC. Insert all these other games that didn't have DLCs, so they must be failures as well. I also see people trying to quote Steam numbers all the time, and this game is selling on the Epic Store, I believe, as well as Steam. It's also on the PlayStation and Xbox. And until such time as EA or BioWare decides to publish sales numbers, no one can actually know. They can make comments, but I can also tell you some of the funniest things to me was yesterday someone tried to claim, this is literally someone who tried to claim that that the game has had more than 30,000 refunds, and I said, provide your source. Provide your source that says this game has 30,000 refunds. Because if you go to Steam and you look at just the reviews on Steam, which we're going to do really quick because I'll actually source numbers, because that's what actual journalists do. They source their information. We have a mostly positive review, 13,000 positives, and 4,700. Here, let me pull this up. $13,350 positive reviews and 4,775 negative reviews. So let's assume for the moment, let's just assume that every single one of the negative reviews is a refund. It's not, but let's assume that it is. At most, there's not even 5,000 people who have refunded the game on Steam. And we know for a fact that many of the reviews, because we've showed the comments from my own channel and other places, that were many people who bought the game specifically to leave a negative review and then refund it, and then they went and bragged about it on the internet, leaving comments on Reddit, on my channel, and elsewhere. So you can't factor in any of the so-called refunds, because how many of those were people who maliciously refunded the game? We just don't know. No one knows. But even if all of these are refunds, then on Steam there's only 4,500 refunds. And we're making a big assumption that all of those are actual refunds and not just people who were like, I didn't like the game. Right, Mike. I guess Baldur's Gate 3 was a commercial failure and Larian's bankrupt because they didn't do a DLC. Oh. That's the logic of the haters. Like, they try to pull all sorts of crazy data out of the cloud and try to justify their hatred for the game, and it's just BS. There was never a planned DLC. The plan has always been Dragon Age Veilguard is a standalone game, and the team is moving straight to Mass Effect after this. It's been in their investor calls. It's been in their blog posts. I've known it for years, at least 3 or 4 years. I would have to go back and check the exact dates, but I've known for 3 or 4 years that there was no DLC planned. What's up? Huh? Okay. Pippin! Mommy brought you in the bedroom. Oh, you are hot, honey.
They're at range.
Can I repel those? Well, no, I think it just absorbed it.
Nice.
No, it repelled it, I think.
Look, another one of those magical beams. There are 2 of these devices this time. I bet we'll need to direct beams at both of them.
Darius says there are 11,943 reviews that are over 2 hours of game time, so at most there are 1,244 players that purchased with the sole purpose of making a negative review and getting a refund. Exactly. That's why you can't trust anybody that claims anything. Like, you have to have actual sources to make a claim. There's something called burden of proof. That's something I don't expect everybody to understand, because burden of proof often, it's more of a legal terminology. But it basically states that if someone makes a claim, they must back up that claim with some sort of evidence. Otherwise, it's nothing more than hearsay. And hearsay is not fact. Hearsay is not admissible in a court of law.
That's one. Now to find the other.
EA has published thousands of the best games ever made, and yet people want to try to crucify them because of 1 or 2 things that they don't like. It's very amusing to me. It's like Ubisoft. Ubisoft has published some of the biggest and best franchises we've all played growing up, and yet Ubisoft is the enemy. Ubisoft is a corrupt corporation. No doubt they have some corporate shenanigans. Every company does. But they've also published games that have provided me with thousands of hours of entertainment over the years. And I am absolutely not going to throw any of those companies under the bus. And also, as someone who's worked in game publishing, there's such thing as consumer awareness, which is a good thing, and then there's just flat out fake news, which is what happens when Reddit threads exist and people try to use them as fact, or people source grums as their source
see what's
material.
behind that gate.
Firepaw says I can actually finally watch a little bit of play now since I'm 20 hours into the game. Nice. Oh, and you're loving it? Even better. Glad you're having a good time. It is indeed a good game. Hey, Pippin, you sit down. You want to go up on the chair or up on the bed? You can go up on the bed. There you go. Go sleep on Daddy's sweater. Oh, I will definitely take cold damage, please. Thank you very much. No, she's on the bed, honey. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where's my sandwich? That joke's never gonna get old, guys, ever since that crazy person was in our chat from yesterday. You're a lousy husband. Have you ever ran a business, Nuno? Just out of curiosity. Alright, I'll be out in a minute. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have a hamburger later. Sí, pero yo voy a comer hamburguesa otra vez. Ah, sí. Ajá, ajá. Qué bueno. Aw. Nah, yo tengo papas fritas, chips, sabritas.
Trouble nearby.
Let's try this because I didn't get a chance to use this last time. Okay, so I'm on the next up from story mode. I definitely almost died this thing. Definitely not easy.
That looked like it hurt.
Still take a ton of damage.
Whatever you say.
Kami said, just did the Lucanus quest where you enter his mind and just did task conversation where she revealed her identity to her mom. That was amazing. The writing was top tier. Exactly. This game has amazing writing. What do you mean, Darius? Don't they all show you? I'm pretty sure they all show you. I don't have any other maps to look at right now, so I can't look out. But I'm pretty sure all the maps show you how many chests there are to find. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Oh, the special areas. So like the one-off places you go for like the deep roads and stuff, where it's like one time. Mike, that's why I asked if Nuno had ever run a business before. So Mike's just made a statement. Everybody who has been a decision maker while also being on payroll with a job depending on results understands that it's not easy balancing customer first and also the need to drive a profit. As someone who has managed anywhere up, the biggest company I've ever managed had around 25 employees and contractors. Everybody who's outside of that bubble will accuse you of putting profits first, no matter how big or small your company is. The bigger your company is, the more of a target you are, especially if you have investors. And there is no doubt that there is corporate greed. CEOs getting $20 million salaries while the little guys only get $60,000 a year. That is a legit problem that exists mostly in the United States. It's mostly a U.S. problem. But it is a problem. No doubt that that's a problem. However, like I just reject the idea that EA is some corporate evil, because the fact is EA publishes thousands of amazing games every single year. Some of those games are heavily monetized. Some of those have no monetization whatsoever and are single player buy and done games that have no monetization whatsoever. But people like to use the ones that are heavily monetized as some sort of a proof that it's some evil corporation that's trying to bleed its customers dry. The reality is they publish thousands of games, the vast majority of which are not monetized whatsoever. The reality is that EA is a profit-driven company in a profit-driven economy, so it's natural that they prioritize profit. You can also look to independent companies like Larian Studios. Larian Studios is the golden god right now. CD Projekt Red was also the golden god about 10 years ago. What happened? They had a hiccup with Cyberpunk 2077. Suddenly they became the big bad guy, and they were the worst company in the world, and they had crunch, and people left the company, and they were mistreating employees, and all of these rumors spread. And I always challenge people, like, if you're going to make statements about how you think a company is bad or evil, whatever, please tell me your experience running a company. Because I've ran companies. And I can tell you that no matter how I choose to monetize my business, someone out there who's not a part of my business is going to criticize my price points, how much I'm charging for things, how I'm choosing to charge for things. Is it subscription based? Is it service based? Is it live service? Is it buy to play? Is it the reality at the end of the day is when you own a company, you do have a responsibility to drive a profit because that's how your business grows. That's how people get raises. That's how you treat your employees well. That's how people get health care. That's how you make the next game bigger and better. Is it true that big corporations can have evil components? Yes, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because for every highly monetized game that EA or Ubisoft makes, they also make thousands of other games and have made thousands of additional games over the years that were amazing games that were not monetized. And so you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I believe is the phrase. You have to be analytical in your approach and recognize that there is some bad, but also a lot of good. And reform is important, as is government oversight. Frankie Tanky says, as far as sales go, I don't know if this game is going to be the mega success at the outset, but we won't know until they release numbers, but it will have legs and sell well over time, like a lot of other games that were dead at first, like Dragon's Dogma 2. It's a great example. Like, many of these games sell over time, and just because something isn't doing like Baldur's Gate 3 numbers out of the gate. The other thing a lot of people fail to remember is that Baldur's Gate released only on PC, so its Steam numbers were very big because everyone was being funneled through Steam. This game released in lots of different places on consoles as well as the PC. So the numbers are all over the place. So you cannot use Steam as the only defining factor for either sales or concurrent users or so on and so forth, because we just don't know until they choose, and they might never choose, because we're not the ones who need to know. The only people that matters are the investors and EA. But you're cherry picking your data. Nuno. You're literally doing what I just said. You're cherry picking your data. You're saying, oh, but EA did FIFA and loot boxes. I can also point to 1,000 games that EA published within that same time period that didn't have any loot boxes or monetization in them at all. You can't cherry pick your data. You have to look at the whole picture. And not every government of the world said that those monetization methods are bad. Certain governments said they were bad. Do you know what other governments do? Here's a good example of that. Sports betting, which is legal in the UK, is not legal in the United States. So we could use that same cherry picking of data to say that sports betting is bad and it's illegal, and so many companies who allow sports betting are evil and bad, but yet they're not illegal and bad in the UK. You know what also we could point at? Prostitution, which is legal in many countries around the world, and yet it's not legal in other countries. Who's right? Who's wrong? It depends. There's government oversight in some cases. So it's always a case-by-case basis. Like I said, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. By the way, hopefully you don't think I'm being a dick, Nuno. I'm just, that's something I'm very resistant to, because that is a wicked finishing move, guys, throwing it up in the air like that. But I can tell you from a data standpoint, having been in publishing and development, at the end of the day, however you choose to monetize your game, people are going to have opinions. But until you've been on the other side and you've actually run a business and had people's livelihoods in your hand, it's one of those things where it's tricky to criticize. And also, especially in the case of EA, where they have thousands of other examples aside from FIFA. And remember Battlefront 2, how bad the monetization on that was when it came out, and the backlash that EA faced? I think it was EA for Star Wars Battlefront 2. It was horrible. It was a great game, but horribly monetized. Okay, I'm gonna just... You do you, sir. If you believe that nothing is forgotten and nothing gets forgiven, that's very black and white, and I'm gonna agree to disagree.
That has to be the ghoul we're tracking.
Better hope it still has the dagger.
It's a very dangerous standpoint to say something like, nothing gets forgiven. Oh my god, that fight was so much easier on this difficulty. I had to go through like 4 rounds of mobs with him on normal mode, and I killed him before he even got to the first round on this one.
Lyrium.
Harding?
That's not good.
This is the eternal hymn, the prayer and the proclamation.
Did Shadows of Mordor have monetization in it when it launched, Darius? Because I didn't play it when it launched. I played it with the Game of the Year edition later. And I don't remember any monetization of that at all. I just remember it being a really fun single-player RPG.
Harding!
I can hear it. The Song of the Stone. What is happening to me?
Magic!
What the...
Yeah, a good example of that.
Are you moving those rocks?
I don't know. I don't know how to control it.
Hang on, let me do this really quick. Oh, we finally got... Primer.
On to you.
Take that.
On the left. They're coming from the right. Making the rest of us look bad, Brooke.
Ready when you are. Finish this.
Oh, I love that finishing move. Oh, never mind. Delirium goes back.
They're hitting.
Okay. I was gonna say before I get sidetracked, when so EA shuffled Star Wars: The Old Republic off to, they moved it away from BioWare over to Broadsword, and Broadsword, basically the game went from having like 70 plus people down to like 50-ish working on it. Those 20 people didn't lose their jobs, but if you listen to the naysayers, they lost their jobs. EA took those 20 people and reshuffled them to other development teams. So even if BioWare were to go under tomorrow, which some people want it to do, those employees would not, most of them would not lose their jobs. Most of them would go on to work on other EA studios, because that's how big companies work. They don't just boot people to the curb. Now, it does happen in some cases, like we've seen with like Microsoft firing a bunch of people while the CEO took a, $75 million pay bonus after firing like 1,500 employees. That kind of shitty stuff happens all the time. But in most cases, companies do try to move people around and make sure that they don't lose jobs.
From afar, coming at range.
Oh, we yeeted him off the cliff.
Someone follow up.
Ah, I die.
That dagger. What did it do to me?
Not sure, but we should get
Special
back. I'll talk it through there.
powers. What can we hope for from Mass Effect 5? A really awesome game.
Your pet has failed.
I can't wait for Mass
sister.
Effect 5.
And now the magic of the Dreadwolf's dagger is hidden from me. Fen Harel meddles once again.
Well, technically, I think Hans Zimmer only did the theme song, and then the other guy did the rest of the music.
You said something took you over.
Something like that?
And it's still with you.
Yes. I think so. It can't be possession, can it?
I doubt it. Dwarves can't be possessed. They aren't connected to the Fade. Solus's dagger triggered this event. But how? Or why?
Oh, I guarantee you the next
I'm
Mass Effect
sorry,
game is going to have
Lace.
just as much
I
hate
wish I
as this
had
game.
answers.
Because one,
It's all right.
it's going to have
Talking has
queer,
helped.
it's going to have
And
queer
hey,
characters in
we
it. It's
got
going to
the
have
dagger,
LGBTQ
right?
plus characters
Mission
in it, which it
accomplished.
always has. But it's going to be a trigger issue for some people.
Dwarves
So you already know for a fact the
have
same
never
people who
used
hate
magic.
this game are going to hate Mass Effect.
We can't.
And the same people who got upset that they didn't get review codes for this game are going to be upset when they don't get review codes for the next game.
It is a wonderful gift.
Because
You must
they've
be
already
proud.
shown their
I
colors to
didn't
BioWare,
do
and I
anything to
don't think
earn
BioWare
this.
will ever want to work with
How could I
people
be
again.
proud? I don't even know how it happened. It's all
Hopefully
a
I'll be
little
big enough that I get review
strange.
codes for Mass Effect 5 by the
But
time
not
we're
in
there.
a bad way.
That'd be cool.
I feel connected
To
to the stone. Dwarves call ourselves children of the stone.
I know, Kathy. I'm
Some of us
excited
have what
for
we call
any new
stone
games in
sense.
any of the
Those
franchises
that
I
have
play.
it can feel caves.
That little 5-year-old
Lyrian
child inside of
veins
me
and faults
is
in the
never
rock.
going to die.
I wasn't
I
one
will
of them.
always,
Maybe
always look
the
forward to my
dagger
video
unlocks
games.
something
My
hidden.
favorite franchises and all the things I
But
love.
this is more than the stone sense I
I'm
know.
always going to love Star
I
Wars. I'm
hope
always
you're
going to love
right that
Star
this is a
Trek. I'm
gift.
always going to love Middle Earth. I'm always going to love
I'd
comic
be
books. I'm always
heartbroken
going
if
to
it
love
caused problems.
fantasy and science fiction.
as long as you're throwing rocks at the bad guys and not me.
Don't give me a reason to then.
I would like to think that,
No
Frankie.
promises.
I'll send word
They
to the
tried
Grey
with
Wardens
Anthem,
about the blight
and
we
I
saw.
liked Anthem a lot.
And
It just had
then
a,
I'm gonna lie down.
rough launch.
And we need more answers about what the gods
I would love
are
to
planning.
see BioWare try a
I'll
new
find
IP.
someplace to relax and try to reach Solus in the Fade.
Good luck. Try not to let him get to you. It feels like we're finally making some progress. And I'm not sure what
Yeah,
my new
Frankie,
magic's
it's
about,
it's sad that the
but
hate thing is just a cycle now. It's
I
every
know
new
it
game.
feels right.
The other thing I'm getting very tired of, and it's not going to go away anytime soon.
With their eyes on the Dreadwolf, and
is
the gods
everybody
he'd set loose, they couldn't see their own personal demons.
Uses Baldur's
coming
Gate
to
3
haunt them.
as the thing that they
Harding told
compare
herself
everything to.
It felt right. She
And
was
it's,
connected
you're
to
never
the
gonna
stone,
if Baldur's Gate
to
3 is the
lost
best game you've ever
tidings,
played in your life, no other game is ever going to be able to meet up to
with
that
its
standard.
buried secrets.
I've seen multiple
How could
Dragon
that
Age
be
reviews where
anything but
the
good?
reviewer has said, but Baldur's Gate 3 did this, this, and this better. And if you go look at their channel, what is the #1 biggest game they've played? Baldur's Gate 3. And what game do they play in between all the other games they play? Baldur's Gate 3. So it's natural that they have an affinity for Baldur's Gate 3 because it was a big part of their channel. It still remains a big part of their channel. But it's also not the only RPG that ever existed, nor will it be the only ever RPG that ever exists. And if you're constantly trying to, it's like,
Guess I should find some.
it would kind of be like
Solus.
if you were always, whether you're, regardless of your preference, but your first boyfriend, girlfriend, if you always tried to compare everybody after that to that first boyfriend, girlfriend, like, no one is ever going to be able to match up to that. Like, if you're always going to be like, yeah, but that person did this, can you imagine what it would be like to be in a relationship with someone who was always comparing you to the past boyfriend, girlfriend? Ew. You don't cook as good as they do. You're not as good in bed as they do. They did their hair better than you do. They dressed better than you do. That's not healthy at all. There's the chest. I can finally get my Mass Effect armor. Yay! We'll put that on here in a minute. I love Baldur's Gate 3. It's a great game. This is better than Baldur's Gate 3 for me.
It's a tunnel. Veilguard.
And who knows what it'll turn out. I would love to see this game get Game of the Year. But there were some really good games that launched this year. I think
Isatunal.
Black Wukong is probably going to be a contender for
After
sure.
you touch the dagger,
Black
the
Myth
prayer,
Wukong, I think is what it's
the
called.
proclamation. Isatunal. What exactly are you proclaiming?
They don't remember. No one remembers. We don't even know what we lost.
Harding?
But yeah, it's
Are you in
the ex-girlfriend,
I'm sorry,
ex-boyfriend.
What does
just not healthy.
Isatunal actually mean?
Isatunal is an affirmation.
And imagine if you
a
were
statement of existence.
in a relationship with someone, and not only did they keep
being.
talking about their ex all the
It
time, but they kept
means
going back to the ex.
I am here.
Like,
But no, not I.
oh, it's just a
I
friend.
is singular, but
We're
it
going out
isn't.
for dinner.
We either.
We're going to the
we
zoo.
is multiple, but also separate.
What?
Isatunal is the eternal hymn that encompasses
they come
all
home.
time. All
Trust me.
spaces.
It was just platonic.
I am, we are this,
They're just a
and that,
friend.
here, there, now, and forever.
Okay. Whatever works for you.
Words aren't enough. It's hard to put into words something you just feel. I'm certain Isatunal describes
Yeah, I think I
how
said this
we,
in one
the
other video
dwarves,
combi.
once were. But
I've been a
none of the
bioware
books say
fan
anything about
for
it. None of the histories are
25
right.
years. I don't even know how long
If we
it's been.
forgot something so important,
I've been a Larian Studios fan
what
for about
else
4
did we
years.
forget?
I don't know.
Didn't even know who they were
sorry.
before Baldur's Gate 3 was announced.
I don't
And then I
expect
went,
you
oh,
to have
who are
an
these
answer.
people that are taking over my favorite franchise?
Thanks for letting me babble, by the way.
Anytime.
Oh, they're a CRPG
That's
developer.
what I'm here
Oh,
for.
I've never played Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. Let me go play those games. Oh, these are good games. Okay, Baldur's Gate 3 is in good hands. Cool. But I have played a total of 3 Larian Studios games. That's it. I have played a dozen or more. How many games is How many games is BioWare published? I've played all of them. It's a lot. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Neverwinter Nights, Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, Mass Effect 1, 2, 3, and 4, Anthem, Dragon Age 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know, it's been a lot. It's a dozen games or so over the course of a couple decades of my life. BioWare has a much deeper history with me than Larian does. That's awesome, Kathy. When you lived in Greece, my brother would send me Baldur's Gate 3 discs when he was finished with them. That's cool. That's what I mean. Like, people have a history with BioWare as a company. And that doesn't exist with Larian for many BioWare fans. Which is also going back to what Frankie was talking about earlier. That's one of the reasons that long-term sales are what you really are wanting to pay attention to with this franchise, because you have a lot of people who are too busy with other games right now, and they won't be ready to play this game until the winter months are here. You have a lot of fans that are in the middle of playing through another playthrough of the original games, and they'll get to this around Christmas time.
Wait.
Dragon Age Inquisition did not
before,
sell 12 million
I don't
copies
think.
out of the gate. That was over the course of many years.
Never Harding must have put my pack here. Makes sense. Better place to sleep than the infirmary. Guess I can spare a few moments to unpack my things. A peddler gave me this after I saved his caravan from bandits. He told me the scroll went back to even before Tevinter. Said that elves had a rich history, even more than the rest of us. We've got a culture that's lasted thousands of years. Good to remember everything we've done.
That's cool. That's a very different dialogue I got for that compared to my first playthrough.
This piece is all that's left of the artifact that trapped Varric and the others in Arlington Forest the day we met. Only thing left of my time with the Veil Jumpers, too. Strife said he didn't want to see me
Xbox
again
Edition
until I'd gotten
KMS is what
some
I'm playing.
sense pounded into my head. Being a Veil Jumper means taking risks. Strife of all people should have understood that.
Yeah, Mass Effect is probably my favorite franchise of all time in video games. I would really need to sit back and think. I love the Baldur's Gate franchise, but Mass Effect has always been my favorite franchise. I love the storyline, even though it's totally ripped off from Babylon 5. It's just Commander Shepard. It was so much fun to play through. Knights of the Old Republic is up there. But that's funny because like I could talk about my favorite franchises of all time, and almost all of them are going to be BioWare games. Isn't that a trip? Like Dragon Age is a favorite franchise, Mass Effect is a favorite franchise, Knights of the Old Republic is a favorite franchise. Like, I own the deluxe edition, KM. Here's the way I would look at it. If cosmetic shit doesn't matter to you, there's no reason to spend the extra money. Excuse me. There's no reason to spend the extra money on the deluxe edition unless you care about cosmetics in the game. Because that's all it is. It's just cosmetics. I don't know if Bubbalonia is here in chat. Bubbalonia had another take on it. He says, I bought the deluxe edition as a way of giving a tip to the developers. Like, I was happy enough to play the base game, to pay for the base game, and I paid the extra $20 to give them a tip and say, thank you for making such an awesome new game, and thank you for coming back and bringing me another Dragon Age game. So it just depends. Do you really love cosmetics? Do you really love BioWare? Like, I got the deluxe edition because I did want some of the cool armor. But also, I like to support the developers that I love, so I have no
Varric
problem
and his life lessons.
throwing an
I
extra
asked
few
him
bucks.
how
But
we were supposed to stop
I have a
Solus,
different budget than a lot of
and he
people
gave me
because this
this.
is my day job, so it's a tax
Take a
deduction
long,
for me.
hard look in
If
it,
you're on a
kid.
tight budget,
It'll always show the face of
just
a
go the
hero
base game,
who can
man.
get it
Like,
done.
you don't need to spend the extra $20 just for cosmetics. Like, that's not. Cosmetics aren't that big of a deal because there's tons of cosmetics you can get in the game. Yes, there he is. Bubbloni's here. I didn't want to misquote you, man.
I don't know if I see a hero's face, but
Because there's a lot of cool cosmetics in the game right now, so it just depends if you want the bonus
show up in a mirror, some that don't.
If you're going to be playing
But
3,
Varric
4,
believed in
5
me
playthroughs
then,
of this
and
game
he
and you
believes
really
in me
care
now.
about it, it might be worth it.
Do this.
But $20 is $20. I mean, that's a lot of money for some people, you know? Blame Bethesda in the horse armor.
My final training project as an apprentice. I spent months finding the precise balance of energy flows to make the enchantment permanent. My teacher said they'd never seen anyone weave the layers of magic so intricately, but it all just felt right. Right, that's better. Now how do I connect to Solus? Just sleep or relaxing? Maybe if I clear my mind.
KMS says, Deluxe Edition it is. You're the main reason I'm buying this game. Really like your stream for being very positive. Well, thank you for that comment, KMS, over on Twitch. I appreciate this, the verbal support. And I would also say thanks to you for being willing to try a game based on someone else's opinion. And hopefully you have as much fun as I've had. And thank you also for being willing to see through all the negativity that's out there from, you know, the vocal minority, because it's hard. I get it. Like, if you go on Twitter, X, if you go on Facebook, it can be hard to get through the noise and find the people who are actually enjoying the game. So I would just say thanks for being willing to take the time to check out my streams and to cut through the noise, and don't lose sight of, don't let your inner child die, is what I always like to say to people. Like, keep that 5-year-old inside of you alive. The 5-year-old who saw lightsabers for the first time and went, oh, I want one of those. Like, let that child out and play games and have fun, because that's what they're made for. They're made to have fun. These are meant to be things that we go forth and enjoy in between the drivel of work and boredom of shoveling snow like Babylonia is doing right now because Colorado got slammed. I love the Grey Warden armor combi, and I was so tempted to take it, but I was like, no, this character is not a Grey Warden. My warrior will be Grey Warden. But the mage armor for the Grey Wardens looks really cool.
Back so soon.
Oh, I forgot to
It
put
must
my...
have been worse than I had thought.
As soon as we're done with this, I need to go get my Mass Effect armor
Hello,
on.
Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. I am, after all, remembered as the god of lies, treachery, and rebellion.
So you're gonna be insufferable about it. See, this is the reason nobody likes you.
I led a rebellion for centuries that culminated in the creation of the Veil and the destruction of the Elven Empire.
Okay, this is among the reasons nobody likes you.
My information was accurate. Now you realize that the danger is real.
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Gelanane.
I stopped you, didn't I?
You disrupted the ritual.
Yeah, I did. Even though I'm nowhere near as powerful as you.
Your plan is to tell me how powerful you aren't?
With the Veil Jumpers, I was in a dangerous part of the forest full of wild magic. My team got free, but not everyone did. There were a lot of people still trapped, including Varric.
So you went in, against orders, and freed them.
How'd you know that?
You helped Varric pursue me for the better part of a year. It would have been foolish not to learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know that powerful opposition doesn't frighten me. I find a way to get the job done, whatever it takes.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The Elven gods, as you call them. They wish to reclaim their dominion over this world. To accomplish that, they will need two things. First, the Blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
See, I asked about all this stuff the first time around, so I can actually skip a lot of this dialogue this time around.
Then we shut down whatever they need to do to free the Blight.
They will need to pierce the veil to reach the Blight's prison. My lyrium dagger is one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed two things, and the Blight is the first. What's the second?
Followers. They have called themselves gods. And what is a god without worshippers to sing their praises?
When the Dalish elves started the Veil Jumpers, we uncovered a lot about how terrible our gods were. I don't think the elven people will bend a knee to blighted, murderous monsters.
Agreed. Elganan and Gillenane care little for the elves. They will find worshippers among
Solus's
those
ego
hungry
is...
for power.
Oof.
Tyrants and bullies. The cruel
and
corrupt,
now I know what I
who
know.
fear their own
I cannot
vulnerability
wait
and
to get
seize
to
any
the end
chance
game
to
with
feel
this
strong.
character, because it's going to be
If you
mage
hunt
on
them,
mage,
they
and
will
I'm going to
lead you
be
to
flinging,
Elganan and Gillenane.
I'm going to be flinging fuck you spells at Solus the whole way to the end.
You want me
Just
to
be
pick
like,
fights with tyrants and bullies? Sounds fun.
I gave no orders. All I offer are suggestions.
I'm on it. What else?
Although last night's ending was
the
a
lighthouse
tearjerker,
Soluvian
for
can take
sure.
you anywhere, if you master its secrets. Have you done so?
Not yet, but we've got one of the Veil Jumpers working on it. She'll get it sorted and we'll see how it goes.
Yes. I suppose we will. And when you speak with Varric, please tell him that I regret what happened.
Knowing what I know now. Ah! All right, let's I need to change my appearance here. Let's go to the wardrobe because I do have that N7 gear. And we are definitely changing my armor. Oh yeah, look at that. I wish I could have a cloak with it too, but that's definitely, I can dig it. Like that's my Mass Effect N7 gear. I don't feel the need to also have the helmet. I don't think, because I like my hair and I want to be able to see the character, but just out of sheer curiosity. It's this one, isn't it? The command helmet? Yeah. Yeah, I would never wear that. I think I look sexy. Oh, hang on. I got some new stabs. Ooh, that's a little... I think I am going to use that. I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite armor in the lighthouse. Yeah, I can't wait, Mike. I can't wait. I'm going to make that... I'm going to wipe that smug smile off his face with an ice spell. I'm going to show him what... I just can't wait. I can't wait. Mage on mage. All right. Let's run upstairs. That was a weird audio thing we just heard. All right, before I go in here, guys, I'm going to hit the hit. I'll be right back. I forgot that everybody's on daylight savings now. Which means I have to change my alarm for World of Warcraft raid tonight. Yeah, because I'm on Central Time again. Cool. Alright, hang on. Change my alarm. It looks like Season 2 of Star Wars Andor is coming on April 22nd. According to Screen Rant. I'll have to rewatch Season 1. That was such a good show. Alright, I need to double check. Gotta make a list real quick. Sorry guys, I gotta take care of some maintenance stuff before we continue the stream. Because I forgot about the daylight savings thing, so I need to and I gotta do a quick Discord message. Alright. I think we're done with all the messages I need to send. Pippin, you stay in your chair, honey. Alright, Commander Shepard. I don't have any Baileys. If I did have Baileys, I would totally have some right now. I do have Jameson. I'm not gonna put whiskey in my coffee though. That's a little gnarly. I like my coffee too much to put whiskey in it.
So Solus told
I
the
do like
truth
Baileys
about
in
the
my coffee though.
gods.
That's good stuff.
You heard? It's bad, Varric. If you had seen them at his crossing.
The team needs to act fast. And it can't do that with me leading from a bed. You've got to take point on this.
I'll get it done.
I never doubted it.
Harding might.
Rook, when I put this team together, what did I look for? A detective to find the Dreadwolf, and a scout to get us the lay of the land. Exactly the people he'd expect me to recruit. Disciplined, predictable. And then there's you. Remember when we first met, kid? That first ill-fated Arlathan expedition? Not the recent one. Demons just kept coming for us. Dozens. Hundreds. But you didn't give up. You found a path out of that forest. Led us from the darkest depths to safety. Lost that magic map. Pissed off some historians, but you've got a knack, kid.
For what?
Finding a way through the wildest shit I've ever seen. With a plan that no one expects. On the best day of his life, Solus wouldn't see you coming, Rook. And don't worry. I'll still be here to talk if you need me.
I'll let you get some rest.
You're gonna be fine, Rook. Hey, one last thing before you go. I've been racking my brain thinking of contacts who might help us with these gods.
You got any ideas?
Nothing. But being a leader isn't about having all the answers yourself. It's about knowing who does. Nev has connections to a whole world that Harding and I barely know. Might be worth talking to her.
Will do. Thanks, Varric.
Anytime.
By the way, I was talking about this maybe a couple days ago, 3 days ago. This totally has me jonesing for I would love to go back and do a full playthrough of Mass Effect again. I just did it a few years ago when the anniversary edition dropped. I did all 3 of them, and then I started an Andromeda playthrough, but I got sidetracked. It was my 3rd playthrough of Andromeda, and I was like, oh, I'd forgotten about all this stuff. I had also completely forgotten about the dream sequence with the kid in Mass Effect 3. I did not remember that at all.
Hey, Nev. Hi, Wisps.
Yeah, they're still here, but you're here for leads. You want allies to go after the gods? I've got places to look, if we can get anywhere but Arlathan.
Balara's working on it. What have you got?
Let's start with the angles we know. The gods are corrupt magic personified. Who do we hire to fight that? First, the Antivan Crows.
You want to fight gods with assassins?
Not just any assassin, their most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium.
Well, I'm sold. Now we charm the crows.
Fingers crossed. The demon got his nickname taking out blood mages in Venatori. From everything I've learned, the reputation was earned. I never uncovered his real name, and there's been fewer stories the last few years, but the crows would know. I can set a meeting with their bosses.
This is great. Thanks, Nev.
It's what I'm here for.
You said the crows were first. What's next?
A trip home.
Back to Minrathis.
Capital city and heart of Tevinter. An empire of mages that knows a thing or two about corrupt magic.
Tevinter authority
won't help and can't be trusted, which is why we talk to the Shadow Dragons. They're a resistance group that fights slavers, blood magic, and imperial corruption. They've got eyes and ears everywhere, including mine. If the gods enter the Empire, we might get something.
Okay.
Besides, I owe them an update.
These people sound great. I mean, if they're anything like you.
No one's as good as they seem. But they try.
So, we took the crows in Antiva and the shadow dragons in Minrathis.
I wouldn't mind checking in on my neighborhood either. If Balara's ready for us.
Yeah, should check how things are going.
All right. I think we're good to go straight down to the Alluvion. I'm not going to bother upgrading any of my gear yet because I don't have nearly enough goodies to worry about it.
Almost there. I just have to... Shit! Sorry.
Can I help?
No, I got it. Mostly, mirrors are funny things, aren't they? Reflections. They distort reality, no matter what you try. And there's the trick. Control that distortion.
Voila! It looks like a Disney Pixar film! I love every moment of it. Haters gonna hate.
What is that place? If I had to guess, it's the Fade. Another part of it, I mean.
Didn't Morrigan say this Alluvion could go anywhere? Didn't think that meant elsewhere in the Fade.
She called it the Viravas, freedom of ways. I wonder...
We're about to find out.
If that is the Fade on the other side, won't it be dangerous, as the Fade often is?
More dangerous than elven guards who wield the Blight as a weapon?
Point taken.
Some of the older texts talk about a place in the Fade where all the Alluvians meet. A crossroads where you could travel across all of Thedas in just minutes.
Right. We saw something similar when we were chasing Solus. I wonder if it's the same.
About to find out.
And it is not.
Either you found some way to get into the lighthouse without us seeing, or you've been here all along. Not sure which one worries me more.
The wolf's fang. You carry it now.
Indeed.
Old paths. A new journey. Through there. I will wait.
Well, can't tell if that's a trap or not. But we're short on options. One way to find out.
And it didn't feel dangerous, you know? Almost more... sad.
And now I know what I know. I'm going to ignore the crossroads for a little
Just
bit.
because something's sad doesn't mean it isn't
because I'm
dangerous.
going to beeline for
I can think of an example
getting
or
all the
two that proves
companions
that.
and
we
side
still
quests
don't
and
know
stuff.
what this Alluvian's gonna do. One of us should probably stay behind in case it closes.
Good point.
Just tell us when you're ready to go, Rook, and then we can figure out what's going on.
Side quests are my #1 priority this playthrough because it gets me max faction with everybody. Crossroads is the ultimate last thing. Say Nev and Harding. But I need to change their abilities around a little bit. I think I may have a point I need to spend as well for myself. God, I love my new armor.
Hello again. Who are you?
A caretaker. I go where I am needed, Dweller.
I'm Commander Rook, and I love the crossroads.
I am here.
And where is here?
The crossroads.
Oh, the crossroads. Right. Of course.
The Evanurus hunger for the crossroads. Their influence is spreading. Blight, death, madness. They send their minions to claim this place.
Minions!
The crossroads is in a time of need, Dweller. I cannot protect you.
You don't have to. If you're standing against the gods, then consider us reinforcements.
Alright, let's check out abilities right now, because I need to make sure that I've got the things that I want. Oh yeah, I've got some points to spend. Let's make those things sing. What is this? Dark Squall. Yes, please. I need to make my way over in that direction. And then we can start filling out from there. Applies weakened. Yeah, I need to make my way down this direction first because that's going to get me to there when I get to 20. So we're going to do this, this, and we will probably go here. Actually, we might go that one and then the next one. All right, companions. Don't need your heal. I'll take your governess here. You, my dear. Shred. Heavy draw. Applies sundered. Detonates. Okay, so she really doesn't have a lot yet. So, gonna have to work on getting her up. Discovering the beacons.
Here, this dock seems sturdy. So you can ferry us to the other islands.
Winds await, Dweller.
Bill says, I ended up buying the game, Ren. I'm loving it so
yes.
far. I know I said issues with the dialogue, but so far, overall, it's not that bad. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. And also, I would say, Bill, if you're getting a 9 out of 10 now, wait till you get deeper in the game. Because the dialogue in the early stages is very, I don't want to say childlike. It's very, we're going to present you with all this information. So it's very simplistic. But as you get deeper in, especially with the companion storylines and the main storylines, it gets darker, deeper, more involved. There's emotional connections. It gets intense. Oh yeah, you're only 7 yards in? Fuck, you got a long way to go. You're gonna have a blast. I'm glad you decided to take a chance on it.
Interlopers. So we're interlopers too?
Alright, we need to get to Treviso or Docktown.
Attack!
Yeah, the media is definitely blowing it out of proportions. Not even the media per se. It's a vocal minority of people who are making accusations about the game having like Pixar animations and dialogue that was written by a 7-year-old. It's like none of that is true.
The Fade Tear. That's where they're breaking through.
Gods in their fade tearing. Let's cut them off.
All right, let's do. These girls can do combo opportunities, so let's let them do it.
Let's finish this.
I am your vessel!
Rook takes credit there.
Yeah, like Mike says, the game definitely starts to pick up after about the first 10 to 15 hours of gameplay because
Take the shot.
that you're still in the early stages at this point, and it does take about 15. I think for me it was, I like the early stages, but definitely once you get like a handful of the companions under your belt, I think when you have to make the decision about the cities, without spoiling anything, when you have to make that first decision about who do you choose, that was when I was like, oh shit, the stakes just got real.
Beat the odds there.
The gods' blight and blood magic has sealed the way. Only their champion may open
I think that the best
it
comparison is Mass Effect 2 for sure, because the way this game works is very much like Mass Effect 2. You're gonna get all these companions. They're not gonna make a lot of sense when you first get them. It's just a generic team that you're assembling. But once you get them all on your team and you start to unlock the complexities of their relationships and everything that's going on with them as characters and individuals, you start getting emotionally invested in the game, and that's when it starts getting really fun, because it's like, oh shit, I like this character because of these reasons, or I don't like this character because of these reasons. And once you start to make those emotional connections, that's when the game really starts picking up. And I think that's my take on it.
The Guardians can't hold them off for long. Is there something inside it? An altar to a wolf. Bet I know who that's for.
Oh, come on now. Am I actually hitting that thing? I can't tell. There we are. Whoops, I might need that for something. No, we're good. Nice, Zip. I had a lot of fun with my rogue playthrough.
That's the champion we're looking for.
That's the champion, and we're gonna kick his ass.
Watch yourself.
Got him in position!
Whatever that creature left might be handy for us. Made it.
God, I'm
That's
loving the
the
mage,
essence we
guys.
need. It's cold. Ugh, hope I don't have to carry it for too long.
I don't want that because that's fire damage, and I do not want to go fire. I am an ice mage.
As the gods' champion passed freely, so will you.
Oh, I'm out of coffee. Ew. I think I'm gonna ignore all the puzzle stuff here for the moment. Because I know I'm gonna come back later. Wait, wasn't there a... I'll find it later.
We're not alone.
We are the end.
Open from the other side. Examine the Illuvians and choose one. Hang on, did I get turned around? Christina's chickens are going nuts. I don't know what they're going nuts over. Oh, it's down this way. How did I get turned around? Because I went through the wrong gate. Oh, that's why.
That's a lot of Illuvians, and they're all intact. I wonder where they lead.
Time to find out.
Yeah, the ending sequence of this game is quite possibly one of the best ending sequences I've ever played in a video game, ever. And I cannot wait to get to it again. Like, and I don't want to rush it. Like, someone was asking, am I going to go for a full clear on this character? And it's like, yeah, we've got, how many days till the 20th? I've got up until the 20th. Like, the 20th is the day we switch over to Stalker 2. So I have up until then to finish this playthrough, and that's more time than I had for my first playthrough, and I played the first playthrough on normal difficulty, and this time I'm doing it on a lesser difficulty because I'm more focused on the story. I don't need to explore all the dialogue options this time around because I've already seen them all. Mostly I just want to see the things I didn't see, do all the side quests I didn't do. Yeah, we got lots to do, but I should have plenty of time. Let's go do the Shadow Dragons first, because that gets me Lucanus. No, wait, that's the wrong one. I was at the right one a minute ago. Herpa-derpa! Yeah, it's a very blend between like the Mass Effect franchise and the Dragon Age franchise, and it just feels good. You know, it's BioWare. And they're pushing us towards what they want. And by the way, if you've played Anthem and Andromeda, this is the natural progression of like Anthem to Andromeda to this in terms of the way the games play. You can sort of see the refinement in the new BioWare making that system and claiming it as their own, which makes me very excited for Mass Effect 5.
Welcome to Antiva.
What?
You must be Rook.
Okay. No, I'll come there and eat it. Thank you.
And you're under Atea Kentori of the Crows?
Thea, please.
Give me a
Come.
quick minute,
My
everybody.
associate
My
Viago
lunch
is
just
gathering
got
the others. We can talk business
prepared,
when we arrive.
so I'll be back about 5 minutes. I just need to scarf it down. All right, lunch is done. There are multiple endings, Alex.
My uncle wasn't a part of it. I was told to be released if there was a request.
Ah, that was good lunch.
The documents, it's all there.
My friend says come with us.
The unarmed soldiers have made themselves comfortable.
We have suffered their company for too long. The Antam reached a stalemate in their war with Tevinter. Some turned here instead. Antiva was rich, comfortable, and has no standing army to stop them.
Whatever you need.
Motionless says, without spoiling, how did you enjoy the game overall? I have a great little 4-minute video that I published last night, Motionless, over on YouTube. Let me link that really quick to everybody, because that's a good video for people to go watch if they would like when they get their next break.
The Anton confiscated half the supplies. Said they need it for their army.
For our damned protection.
I've already done my early thoughts video and my initial impressions video, my initial thoughts after 30 hours. But then I just finished it last night, and I've got a quick little video you can look at, which I don't think spoils anything. I don't think it spoils anything, right? Hope not. I'll be doing my final review for tomorrow. Alright, I just put a link in YouTube and Twitch. I'll be sticking that, pinning that to the top for everybody. Go watch it at your leisure if you haven't seen it yet. Short version is I gave it a 9 out of 10 in my initial thoughts. I'll do my final review tomorrow, but right now it's a damn near flawless game from my perspective. I have enjoyed every aspect of it. I'm on my second playthrough. I don't give most games a second playthrough. A game really has to be special for me to give it a second playthrough.
It must be hard dealing with the Antam.
This occupation will not last. The Antivan crows remain. And one day, I will see a knife through every would-be tyrant's throat.
For me, this is the best Dragon Age game I've played. I like it more than Origins. I like it more than all of them. It's been a great experience, and I cannot wait for Mass Effect.
We have arrived.
A casino? Nice setup.
Welcome to the Cantori Diamond.
You're the client.
This is Rook. Did you want a drink? I promise not to let Viago near it.
Viago de Riva, 5th Talon. And this is Catarina de la Morte, 1st Talon of the Crows.
An honor. And you are?
Ilario de la Morte, her grandson. What brings you here?
None of your fucking business.
My target is a pair of elven gods, or that's what they call themselves. They're ancient, blooded mages. My detective says you have a man who brought blood mages in Venatori to their knees.
Lucanus. My grandson. They called him the Demon of Virantium. He was the one who did those jobs.
Sending a demon to take down a god. Sounds like a plan.
It's a nonsense plan, but that's not important. Lucanus de la Morte is dead.
What I say doesn't leave this room.
Uh-oh, Granny's got a secret.
The body our people brought back was not my grandson. It was dressed in his clothing, but it had been altered with blood magic to have his face.
My cousin is still alive? And you didn't think to tell me?
His ship was attacked. We knew someone sold him out. So you kept your suspicions to yourself.
But you've brought it up now. Why?
I've had eyes on the Venatori ever since they took my grandson from me. They were hunting your dread wolf. And what you did to his ritual threw them into disarray. They made mistakes, and now I have a location. The Ossuary, where the demon of Virantium is kept. Find this Ossuary. Free Lucanis. You'll have your god killer. And I'll have my grandson.
Booyah! 2 birds with 1 stone.
Come. Katarina arranged a boat. One of our mages will meet us there.
A boat?
Did you think the Venatori would keep a normal prison? Or that one could hold the demon of Virantium? The ossuary lies beneath the sea. A fact I learned mere minutes ago.
Secret and excessive. Sounds like Venatori.
You're not happy Katarina kept this from you.
Would you be? Lucanis is family. Maybe she thought I'd act rash if it meant saving him. And now, who can say if he's even still alive? There, you take the boat.
We're going on an adventure.
Are you coming with us?
It's possible we've been watched. If all of us vanish from the dock, you play the alluring hero. I know Treviso. If we have a tail, I have a better chance of distracting their interest.
Mm-hmm. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-ba-da-bum. Ba-dum-ba-ba-bum. I'm loving it.
So how do we get in?
You'll see.
Someone or something already took down the guards.
Might work in our favor, but something's wrong here. Let's hope we find our demon alive.
We got it covered, Dev. Let's do this.
Look. So this is the ossuary. This doesn't look like any prison I've seen.
Nah, this is a really cool prison.
Well, we're not going that way.
The Venatori set up shop in an elven
Oh, I'm
ruin.
loving the mage,
It's a
Harley.
wonder anything works.
I'm liking it a lot more than the rogue so far. I had fun with the rogue, but this
I
is
can't
more to my
believe all this is
speed.
underwater.
Like
If the
the
enchantments
rogue was
containing this
great,
place ever failed.
but
Nervous about
after
that,
you know
or the job
75
generally?
hours of
Not
stab,
everyone
stab,
deals with
stabby,
the
stab,
Antivan
it's
crows
awfully nice to
unless
just be
they
like,
tell about it.
We're
"Bada
up against
boom!
gods.
Let's make stuff freeze and blow
A
up."
demon might come in handy.
Nice, Cumby. I'm gonna go Tash this time around for my romance option. And I'm gonna make Lucanus my secondary companion. Which means... yeah. Other decisions will be made. But I'm going to try to have my two main companions be Lucanus and Tash. I got me a hearty potato and a Dalish dog sculpture. Because everyone needs a Dalish dog sculpture.
A barrier. Whatever's in
However,
there,
but also by
mandatory
choosing
really
to
wants
romance
stay
Tash,
put.
it's going to be
Then we
a
break
long
through.
road because I have to get through quite a bit of storyline before I get to the point where I can unlock Tash. A playable character in the first place. I can't remember if she comes after the decision you have to make between the two cities or not. But be that as it may, nothing like falling in a big hole. Oh, this will be interesting because before... oh, so here instead of... so with the
All right,
ranger, I had
we're
to like
almost through.
aim the bow, and here I'm just aiming my my beam. I will take that. Hey! Hey!
We don't have to fight. We're just here for the Canas de la Morte. Get
Oh,
ready.
but they want to fight.
Renfail, Dragon of Mystery! Lucican, Dragon of Night! Hear your faithful call!
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're the reason we're here.
Who are you? Who sent you?
My name's Rook. Katarina sent me.
Katerina. But you're not a crow.
You weren't expecting a rescue? I wasn't expecting... whatever that was.
Rook, he's possessed by a demon.
It's complicated.
Katarina promised us a mage killer if we broke you out of here.
I can still work.
Good, because I'm pretty sure more Venatori are on their way. We have to get moving.
They have a vial of my blood. They can use it to control me. I cannot leave it in their hands. And I had a contract when I was captured. One of my targets is here, Caliban. Crows don't break contracts.
Yes, yes, the famous crow contracts. So you want a prison break, a blood heist, and assassination help just to get you out of here.
I'll owe you.
I'm sure we'll owe each other before this is all over. Let's go. So, first order of business?
Blood first, then my target, Caliban.
Okay.
The prison warden.
Where do we find them?
In the tower, there's a bridge. Mages, my specialty.
Go ahead and shoot.
Death is inevitable. We demand blood. Let's do this.
them has a key.
The blood vial. Where do we go?
Caliban keeps it under guard. Blood is the only thing that can bind a demon. If they lose it...
Wait, were they torturing demons? How? Why?
They didn't all start out as demons. Zara made sure they...
Zara!
They ended up that way.
Zara?
Zara Renata. There might be a higher-ranking Venatori somewhere, but I don't know of one. This place is all her.
Gotta destroy some red crystals. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if I can hit him every time. Oh, really? So is it like auto target? No, it does not. It's not targeting those automatically. Maybe it does if you're in general vicinity or something. I will take that. Hang on. Why does it say chest up there? Come here, Mr. Loot. Mr. Looty Loot.
Possessed corpses must be common in a place like this.
Zara Renata's work. This place exists for her to make new, worse kind of demons.
That's for later. I remember. We got to go up and find the things first. There's a crystal up here. At least these are the things that now, you know, when you know it on the second time around, it's like, oh, I could just go through and run up here and fight this stuff first. Okay. Debilitate. Icebreaker. And done.
There you go.
Ah! Stupid demons.
Never heard of an abomination who wasn't a mage.
I've seen demons possess corpses, ashes, and hair ones.
At least this one's got good taste.
At least this one's got good taste. Alright, there's the thingy I was looking for. Let's go spend my point. Next ding, I will unlock that other ability. Thank you very much. I like free loot. I like free loot. Yes.
So, the vial of blood the Venatori took from you.
It's for blood magic, to control me, and the demon. Until it's gone, I cannot touch Caliban.
Got you covered, brah.
Okay, now what?
What? Are you... Fine.
The demon pulled all of that from the Fade?
I'm as surprised as you.
The Fabricator.
Venatori at odds with their creations. Not surprised they lost control.
Never learn. Zara can summon all the demons she wants, but they don't have to obey her.
Alright, kids.
What did Zara want all these undead for?
Nothing. Those are the failures.
If those are failures, what does success
Oh, I got my first rune.
look like?
She took the best results out a few days ago. Some of the demons she created are still here.
Check that out just a second. I did not max level. I think I got to 49, Sherrod, on my first character. I was like, pretty sure I got to 49. I don't think I got to 50. But I did not attempt to do all of the side quests. I only did companion quests and main quests. So, and honestly, that last final mission, I just kind of ran through all the mobs from objective to objective, and there was probably 150 mobs that I skipped doing combat with, and had I fought everything along the way, I probably would have been 50 by the time I got to the very end. But I was at the end of a 10-hour stream, and so I was just like, and just sort of beelining from objective to objective and ignoring all the trash mobs in between. So, like, knowing that, I probably would have got to level 50. But yeah, you'll get there pretty much just through main quests and side quests.
Caliban, you said he's the one in charge?
No, he's a lackey. He runs this place for a powerful magister. He was my target a year ago. Now we both want him dead.
We meaning...
Demons don't forgive.
feeling
These
this is
demons,
something
there's
up
something
here.
off. The Venatori have done something.
They're why this place exists. This is what success looks like.
How am I getting over there right there? Ah, I see. Yeah, I can't wait for Stalker 2. It's gonna be good.
Take these shots.
God, Ice Mage is awesome.
Hear that? These guys. Let me hit him first, then you can take him down.
Right.
Well, that's not good.
We may not have much time.
Well,
This way. There's a shortcut.
I like shortcuts. However, is there any goodies? Are there any goodies over here? There are definitely goodies over here.
Of course.
Ow. Good games don't need DLCs, though. That's the thing. A good game can have an entirely self-sustained loop of, in this case, 75 to 120 hours and never once need a DLC. Baldur's Gate 3, no DLC. Self-contained loop. Dragon's Dogma 2, no DLC. Self-contained loop. Matter of fact, I got a good video going out after the stream today over on YouTube talking about the DLC concept. We sliding again? Yeah, we're sliding again.
Any clue where to start? Or we'll find those on the way.
I know it's here. We can smell it.
Nice. ooey gooey sound effects and the blight stuff is just nasty.
Consider it done.
Sure.
Not a problem.
Okay, timer counting down. Alright, now we can go. Well, I have multiple options here. First I have to go unlock.
We need to get that barrier down. Find the crystals that power it.
Yeah, I just powered this one. Where did that one go to?
Wait, we cannot go after Caliban yet.
Oh, that's right, this is the
Not while
elevator.
he has my blood.
Never mind. So many goodies to loot, and I love it. Lots of crafting supplies.
Two left.
There, just one crystal between us and the other side of that barrier.
Go.
That's it. The barrier should be down.
Let's see what's on the other side.
Venatori never do anything subtle. Look at that.
There. That's the one. It has to be.
Well, we'll get it in just a second, sir. God, it is so much more satisfying to blow up barrels and boxes as a mage than it was as a rogue. Because also knowing I have like the beam. Wow. Mow it all down. Like, I think I can get all of these. Love it.
It's finally gone.
There you go, buddy.
So now what?
Now we find Caliban.
Okay, now we can go to the elevator.
Anything we should know about Caliban?
You want to hear about his torture methods or something else? We didn't chat.
It's fine. We can talk about something else. What's Katarina like?
After so long in this pit, I barely remember.
We're gonna find out soon enough. Let's see here. 52. Not yet, Phantom X. I'm waiting until I get Tash, so it's going to be a bit before I get any romance options with this playthrough because I have to get through a lot of early game content before I actually get to Tash. It's going to be a minute.
Oh, this was entirely unnecessary. Zara and her little jests. He's already the demon of Virantium. Won't this be ironic? Hilarious. And now look at the mess you've made of my facility. She always leaves me to clean up.
If I remember correctly, this guy has ads.
He's the target I was sent for a year ago. A crow never abandons a contract.
What did they offer you in exchange?
Which means I need to save my AoE for when he pops.
For my life, crow? Is it worth it?
Right here. Here we go.
I am in control here. Demon,
ow!
Your master calls.
Well, I'm definitely squishier. Oh my god. Ah. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Ah!
I will not be a victim like the others. I will not be defeated.
Actually, yes, you will. I'm gonna burn your ass.
The crows send their regards.
So we got your target.
Yes, the job's done.
Smells like blood. Ashes. Not done, not yet.
So we can leave, right? Lucanis, right?
Careful. They know we're not right.
You cannot see him. I wondered.
We clearly have things to discuss. Somewhere else.
Agreed. I think it's time I got some air.
That's right, we can't see his demon. Which is actually quite interesting for stuff that happens later on in the storyline. Conversations. Alright, I should have been able to get a new ability right now. Oop, there's also a door up here, which has got another goodie chest. No. I'm sticking with my cold damage. I is an ice mage. I'm gonna stay that way. Okay, we have a point to spend over here because it's going to get me a new ability. Did I skip dialogue? Nope. It's just I know where to go this time around, so I don't have to dilly-dally like I did with the first playthrough. So that's a Sunder detonator. I still don't have any primers. Oh, I forgot to do my rune. Ooh, that's nice.
Shall we go?
Let's go.
I'm ready to get out of this place.
Imagine how I feel.
Back to Treviso. Ba 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 ba.
Maker.
Lucanis, what happened here?
A message from Zara Renata. I can't believe it. You're home.
Sarah? Her people got this close?
The woman who runs the prison?
The Venatori witch who captured me.
Revenge for the breakout, maybe?
Where's Katerina?
She's...
The Venatori caught her in the confusion. I get one of you back, only to lose the other.
Lucanis, I am so sorry.
I need to work.
God, I love my N7 armor.
Are you sure? You should take some time.
I don't need time. I need a target.
Give me a target.
You just got here, and already you want to leave again?
Katerina gave me a contract. I'm not breaking the last deal she ever made. And I owe Rook. Once that's done, I'll come home.
I'll return him in one piece.
Thank you. Cousin, when you find Sarah, I need to be there.
We are under attack. Antam on one side and Venatori on the other. Forget revenge. We need you.
No, Viago. Sarah came for us here, in my house. She took Katerina from my house. You find her and cut her heart out.
Fuck
Lucanis.
yeah.
Vi and I will hold down the fort.
That's
I'll
right.
give her your regards, Dea.
For Katerina.
Dun, 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 dun. Let me take care of something here while he's doing his speech.
The crows had lost a talon, but the demon of Virantium was free at last.
Oh, that's
Sooner
foreshadowing
or
right
later,
there.
Debts new and old would come due. And they would all be paid in blood.
Paid in blood.
They're the same thing. Mostly, kind of.
Except one will manipulate you, or kill you, or both.
But how do you get rid of them?
What's everyone talking about?
Spite.
The demon in Lucanus. When a person gets possessed, the demon usually takes control.
And they turn into a monster. The spirit just molds them however they want.
I've heard of abominations being cured by killing the demon in the face.
Yes, there's a lot of foreshadowing,
That's not a sure bet,
Alexander, which you don't
Well,
know
there's one
about when
way,
you first
but
play. But then
it's,
as
well,
you're doing, like we're doing our second
have
playthrough right
to,
now, it's like, oh, yeah,
have to
I see
kill
what you
me.
did there. I see what you did there. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Well, that's awkward.
He's fun. You're never fun. I want to talk to him.
Before we do, well, that, let's think this through some more. There has to be a solution.
I have people in Marathas I can ask, but I wouldn't get my hopes up.
All right. So what next?
Let me talk to them. I want to talk to
Lucanus!
Nope. It's fine. I'm fine.
Don't pretend this is all right. It wouldn't be fine if another person did it.
No, but there's nothing I can do about it. If it were another person, I could solve this with a knife. Just give
Fair
me a
point.
minute. He'll get bored once everyone leaves.
I know things have been complicated, but I'm glad you're here, Lucanus.
Contract aside, I owe you a debt.
Lucanus,
Please.
Quest complete.
Antiva is in rough shape under the Antom's occupation. I should see how the crows are doing.
Yes, you should, but first... spend some points with Sir Lucanus. Applies Sundered. Let's go here. I may want to respec him in a minute. We'll see for now. Oh, by the way, who needs to be talked to while we're here? Yep, turn around. He's got a quest. Everybody's got quests to talk to. Do-do-do-do-do.
You asked for time. Is this long enough?
Yes, my head's clearer. Though I would kill for a decent cup of coffee.
Have you? For coffee, I mean.
Not today. You've got questions. You might as well ask them.
What questions do I have that I didn't ask the first time?
The crossroads can be dicey, but the lighthouse is safe. Oh, and if you see a spirit around called the Caretaker, they're friendly.
After the ossuary, that will be a pleasant change. You haven't asked about Spite.
From what I've seen, I'd say he picked the right name.
He's stronger when I sleep, so I try not to do it much. No one was in the ossuary by choice, not even the demons. We both did what we had to get out of there.
We should know. Is there anything in particular that upsets Spite?
Getting his way. Getting his way and not liking the outcome.
Sounds like a child.
Have you seen a child when they realize they don't control the world? Except Spite's anger has real power behind it. Leave spite to me. If he's trapped in this world, he has good reason to fight for it. For now, I must honor our contract. Gods, magic, politics. Things are going to get very bloody.
All right. Okay. Yeah, we're good with that. All right, we got 2 other NPCs to talk to. Because we got Harding and Balara both have quests.
I'm heading out to practice my new magic. I could use some moral support. I really have to get better at using my new abilities. Don't want to drop a rock on someone's head.
Okay. And these are worthwhile to do because we get more abilities.
Oh, shit! No! Okay. Try again. Deep breaths. There. Oh, God! Damn it! Oh no! Sorry. Just breaking things.
I like the music.
Want help? I could, I don't know, kick it or something?
Oh, yes. Just be careful. Some things don't do well. If you break them, I mean.
What kind of don't do well are we talking about?
Oh, you know, reality tears, wild magical energy. Also, for some reason, bees. I don't know why. And I don't know why this didn't work. Thought I'd figured it out. But it keeps breaking, and I can't get my thoughts to line up.
You fixed the Illuvian, though.
The Illuvian was easy. Once I replaced the resonance crystals, adjusted the lyrium lens, it worked fine. I mean, I had to realign the matrices, but it just worked. Not like this thing.
Laura, I don't understand half the words you just used. You'll figure this out, whatever this is.
It's the Nodus Dirthalin, the 8th archive. I heard it was gone forever, but here it is.
So what does it do?
It knows things, whatever its creator knew, at least. So much knowledge, all the wonders of Elvenon. Or at least bits of them, which is more than we have. Once I figure it out, at least, whoever made it was powerful, but clumsy. It's resonating off tempo. Need to match it. First, introduce a microfracture, but before that, you'll need the Fate Harmonics, so... Sorry, I ramble sometimes. I'm a rambler. Ruined a lot of relationships. Most of the people I've been with didn't care for it. And I'm doing it. Again.
I've been known to ramble now and then. Sometimes I get ahead of my thoughts, and when I try to sort them out, they're all jumbled.
Right, and they're slippery and fast, and you can only catch some of them. Oh, I wish I could catch the thought that would let me fix this thing. I'll get back to it. Soon. But I think I need a break. Maybe take a nap and I can finish later.
Personally, I always endorse napping.
Right.
Naps
Never
are good.
underestimate a good nap. Anyways, let me know if you need me. I'll be ready.
They'd found someone who could fix their mirror. One of Arlathan's own veil jumpers. Just what they were looking for. And Balara had found something else. An artifact that held a wealth of lost knowledge. But a prize like that was going to attract more attention than they'd bargained for.
Dun, dun, dun. Nothing like bad guys. Alright, I think we're good to go to head to... We got a new quest available in there. So the priority of this run is side quests first. However, I also want to get the main companions unlocked as quickly as possible. So probably... I think we want to do this one. I don't remember who this unlocks. What's up, Pippin? What's up, sweetie? No, you can't jump on the... Hi, honey. You want to sit on Daddy's lap? Yeah? What's up? Want to say hi to everybody? Oh no, you're wanting to go over to your box? Wow, you haven't gone over to your box in a long time. Here, let me move the PlayStation controller and... There's no towel there, honey, for you to lay on. Yeah? I don't think she actually wants to sit in the box. I think she's just waking up and wanting to go explore different places. You gonna be okay? Here, let me move those external hard drives. Yeah? Alright. No, okay. You coming back? You coming back. Come here, sweetie. What's up? You'll go back to the chair. Come on. You don't know what you want. You're just not awake yet. Sleep. Go back to sleep. Kitty cats. I know, Mike. It's but also low-key anger. It's like, I know what I know now.
So, hiring the demon of Virantium was your suggestion.
It was a possible lead. Finding things and tracking Venatori. That's what I'm here for.
After all the jobs I did in Minrathis, the last thing I expect was a Tevinter mage to be involved in breaking me out.
Well, good. I'd hate for assassins to find me predictable.
Alright, let's see if this is where we want to go. Yeah, I'm happy with that party. Let's do this. Welcome to Docktown, kids.
Minrathis, the heart of Tevinter. Somehow the beat of it always pulled me back. Steady pulse of secrets, corruption, you name it. Trust no one.
That's a good.
Expect the worst.
Yeah, that's
You
great.
might just
No,
get
that's
by.
great wisdom right there. Trust no one and
Do the Shadow
expect the
Dragons
worst.
know we're here?
Nev Gallus! You only turn up when you want news. Or you've got some.
Tarquin. You look well.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Sounds like a story.
Just living ungifted in a world made for mages.
Living ungifted in a world with mages. Yeah, that's nice.
Rook, meet the Viper.
The name, the entrance. I have so many questions.
Most people do.
So why the meeting? It's about your work with Varric.
Something terrible got loose when we disrupted Solus's ritual. A pair of elven gods.
Gods?
They blighted a village in Arlethan, Demeter's Crossing.
There are Venatori whispers about that place. Now we know why.
What's been happening in the city?
Underground sacrifices, dangerous relics flooding the black market. The cults gathering power.
You'd think people would reconsider their choices after surviving a citywide demon attack.
The cult hasn't changed. They want control of Tevinter and a return to the old ways. And if an ancient power promises just that, damn it. We were tracking a set of red lyrium relics before you got here. Smuggled in recently.
They enhance blood magic and can summon demons far too easily.
Demo.
We destroyed one and tore another off a slaver.
We think the third's right here in Docktown.
Docktown's my home. If it's got problems and I'm here, I can track this faster than anyone in the city.
I agree.
Wait, aren't you forgetting something?
Sorry, Rook. I'm not quitting our bigger job. I can meet you at the lighthouse as soon
as we track the relic. Two people looking are better than one, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the cult's connected to the gods, it can't hurt to learn more.
The relics don't play nice with the Veil, and they resonate with each other. We destroyed the lyrium in the last one we found, but it should still track the third.
Give it to me. I'll get it done.
We'll keep eyes on the Venatori. If there's a tie to these elven gods, we'll find it.
Nice.
Ready for a tour of Docktown? Stick with me.
The relic the Viper gave us responds to the missing one.
And it is. It should pick up places where the missing relic disrupted the Veil. Find a trail of those and we'll get somewhere.
So you live in Docktown?
My whole life. Unless I'm away on a case. Or crashing in the Fade.
Harding said the Archon's palace shot at you last time you were here. And now we're chasing a dangerous relic through the streets.
And people wonder why I never get sleep. Aha! The relic's pulling toward the Temple of Andraste.
Ooh, that's the first time I've seen that over there. I can't trigger it from here.
Came out of nowhere.
What happened? It's locked down, sir. Keep it under control. Yes, sir.
Locked. We need another way in.
Right, on it.
We're breaking into a chantry?
We broke into a prison. But no. The courtyard's public ground, and we can't lose the trail.
Nice. Alright guys, we're going to wrap here for the day. I am going to go hit publish on a video over on YouTube, which is called No DLC for Dragon Age of Veilguard. That means failure, right? Just kind of like Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have DLC, or DD2 didn't have DLC, or a bunch of other games didn't have DLCs. So head on over to YouTube, go watch that video, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I will be back tomorrow morning as we continue our second playthrough, and my final review for the game will be going live tomorrow morning at about 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Central Time. I'll have my final review up for Dragon Age of Veilguard, so hopefully you'll tune in for that as well. Enjoy your day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all of the super chats and memberships on YouTube. Thanks for the subscriptions over on Twitch. And if you're new as a member on YouTube, don't forget to check out the member videos section. And if you're over on Twitch right now, get on over to the YouTube channel because there's a video that's going to go live as soon as I stop this video. So we'll see you there, and hopefully we'll see you live tomorrow. Thanks, Leisure. Thanks, Zeb. Everybody else hanging out today. Peace.